I'd also like to welcome all those who are watching on Zoom this evening. The next planning board special meeting will be held on July 31st, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. in Town Hall. The next planning board regular meeting will be held August 7th, 2024 at 7:30 p.m. via Zoom. Roll call, please. Yamilet.
Mr. Alpert,
Here.
Mr. Cardoza,
Present.
Ms. Gaffer,
Here.
Mr. Wilks. Council President Rutherford,
Here.
Mayor McCartney,
Present.
Mr. Guarino,
Present.
Chairman Bago.
Here. Thank you.
And just for the record, Mr. Klein won't be joining us tonight, and Mr. Esmeraldo is excused for tonight too.
Thank you.
He's recused.
He's
He won't
recused.
be participating. Yeah.
Resolution PB 24-08, Goddard School Draft Resolution. I make a motion that we adopt PB 24-08, Goddard School Resolution with conditions. Do I have a second?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman seconds. On the motion, Yamilet.
Mr. Alpert,
Yes.
Mr. Cardoza,
Yes.
Ms. Gaffer,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford,
Yes.
Mayor McCartney,
Yes.
Mr. Guarino,
Yes.
Chairman Bago.
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Diana, would you swear in our township professionals, please?
Swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. We have an application, PB 24-01, West Essex Highlands Incorporated, Block 179, Lot 32, Zone IH1, Warner Road. The applicant is proposing to develop a 496-unit inclusionary multifamily residential development on a vacant 120-acre property in the northwest corner of the township. Can you hear me? Is that the shot? I'm sorry about that. Okay, so for housekeeping, I have a statement I'd like to read. The master plan consists of a long-term vision for the community development, policy, and implementation. It is a well-thought-out, high-level plan intended to set out objectives and strategies of how particular areas of town can develop and redevelop in the future. It is a living document that must be updated at least once every 10 years and more often as the vision of the community changes. The process is not only subject to the desires and plans of the local population, but the legislation of the state and federal government. Following the New Jersey Supreme Court's decision, the Fair Housing Act, every town that has filed a declaratory judgment since 2015 is ultimately seeking a final order that finds them in compliance and grants repose, meaning that their town has a realistic plan for fulfilling their affordable housing obligations and is no longer subject to third-round litigation, builder's remedy litigation, through 2025. The municipality must prove through a compliance package that they will implement the mechanisms to provide the fair share of the region's need for affordable housing. Compliance is a critical element of the process that ensures affordable housing will come to fruition, and it is the source of the public to better understand affordable housing in their neighborhood. The application is presented as a result of a settlement agreement signed in 2020 from protracted litigation that involved the participation of applicants' representatives from the Township of West Orange that include the township planner, the mayor, the council president, township attorney, and fair share housing person. Also involved were representatives of West Essex Highlands Condominium Association. The settlement was reviewed and approved by a judge in the Superior Court of Essex County. This agreement between the parties obligated the Township of West Orange to draft and adopt an overlay zone. To that end, a zoning amendment was formulated and adopted by the Township of West Orange in 2020. It is known as Chapter 25-19 IH-1 Inclusionary Housing District. An overlay zone is also known as an overlay district. It is a land use planning tool that adds a layer of zoning standards to a specific area. These standards can supplement or replace those of the underlying zoning district and can apply regardless of the base zoning. Overlay zones can be used to manage development or protect the character of an area and can help communities meet their goals. The planning board was not party to the settlement agreement. However, the settlement agreement states the planning board will consider the proposed development in accordance with the applicable laws of land use, municipal ordinances, and the township's approval of the settlement agreement. The township adopted the zoning ordinance as per the agreement and amended the master plan. The property is approximately 120.5 acres and is located in the northwest corner of the township, adjacent to the northern terminus of Ward Road and bordered by the townships of Essex Fells and Verona to the north. To the south in West Orange is West Essex Highlands condominium development. Only slightly over 30 acres will be developed in this project. The remainder of the land will not be developed. The settlement agreement was that the property would be developed as a multifamily residential development consisting of 396 market rate units and 100 affordable housing units for the total of 496 units and a clubhouse and amenity building. The West Essex Highlands 1, which is the applicant, agreed to obtain all necessary approvals and permits, which included planning board site approval, Essex County Planning Board approval, New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection approval. The parties agreed to cooperate to obtain approvals for the installation of a traffic signal at the intersection of Eagle Rock Avenue and Oval Road. The settlement agreement also included design terms and conditions. At the time of the settlement, the project was not fully engineered, and so it was anticipated that the applicant may apply for waivers or bulk variances in the future. Certain items would be part of the planning board's usual review, but which would be decided as part of the settlement agreement and the accompanying modified zone ordinance specific to this development. These items include the following. The concept plan includes Cusick Drive as a means of ingress and egress. However, the planning board has to grant an exception, and there may be some discussion about this issue. There are a large number of trees that are to be removed. The agreement includes its own tree removal and replacement plan, different than the township's ordinance. This is specific to this development only. Similarly, the steep slope ordinance will not apply to this development, as the zoning ordinance adopted for this development proscribes the terms of construction relative to the steep slope ordinance in this area. The number of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units for the affordable housing units is preset. No more than 20 one-bedroom, at no more than 20% one-bedroom, at least 30% two-bedroom, and at least 20% three-bedroom. The affordable housing is broken into 3 levels, with 13% to be affordable to very low-income households, 37% to low-income households, and 50% to moderate-income households. The minimum sizes for these apartments set forth in the zoning ordinance created for this development in IH1. The concept plan controls where the building will be constructed. The zoning ordinance for this development has specific detail regarding the buffering required, building in the area near the peak of the ridgeline, the number of stories, and specific parking details. Accessory uses such as clubhouses and recreational areas are exempt from the parking requirements. As the application proceeds, you will hear testimony from the applicant's experts, the township engineer and planner, as there are some areas where the applicant must satisfy the board's plans that conform to the zoning ordinance and the applicable provisions of the site plan ordinance. The applicant must also provide sufficient specificity pertinent to the site plan. In anticipation of issues related to other agency or governmental approvals, such as the DEP approving or county planning board approval regarding the traffic controls on Eagle Rock Avenue, the board may add conditions that involve matters outside of its jurisdiction. The municipal land use law allows for these conditional approvals, specifically NJSA 4:55D 22 states, in the event that the development proposed by an application for development requires an approval by a governmental agency other than a municipal agency, the municipal agency shall, in appropriate circumstances, condition its approval upon the subsequent approval of such governmental agency, provided that the municipality shall make a decision on any application for development with the time period provided in this act or within the extension of such period has been hereby agreed to by the applicant, unless the municipal agency is prevented or relieved from so acting by the operational law. Therefore, the board will be listening to the testimony of all witnesses, the applicant's witnesses, witnesses who may provide opposing viewpoints, and the board's own experts to determine if the application satisfies both the site plan requirements of the township ordinance as well as the zoning ordinance that applies to this development. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for joining us in the public process and look forward to hearing from all of you in person and on Zoom. Thank you very much on behalf of the planning board. Okay, the next portion of housekeeping will be, I would like to ask anybody who represents a group, any attorney who represents a group, please come to the mic, identify yourself and the group that you represent. For the record, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bruce Afrin. I represent We Care NJ Corp. And that is an organization which is organized and dedicated with the mission of addressing development on this very parcel. And so I am representing We Care NJ Corp. As objectors. We do expect to call witnesses, particularly experts. I've reviewed that generally with counsel for the board and for the applicant. And at the appropriate time, we can discuss that schedule, I imagine.
Want the spelling of his last name?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
You spell your name, please, sir,
My
for
name
the
is
record.
spelled A, F as in Frank, R, A, N as in Nancy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other attorneys representing groups? Seeing none, thank you. Okay. Let the record show that Mr. Wilkes has joined the board prior to any deliberations. One more housekeeping measure. Notice. We have a resolution for the planning board. Have we done it today?
Long, but,
Okay, well,
Um,
just the first one. Ready,
okay.
will be available online.
Whereas section 25-46.6 of chapter 25 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange empowers the planning board to appoint experts as the board may deem necessary. And whereas Wayne DeFeo of DeFeo Associates, having personal knowledge and expertise related to the site and landscaping, including trees, shrubs, and other plant matter located at the site known as West Essex Highlands, located at Warner Road, block 179, lot 32 in the Township of West Orange. All right, this resolution will be available on the website, but it's a resolution appointing by the planning board Wayne DeFeo for as an expert for purposes of this application in the area of landscaping, trees, shrubs, and other environmental issues.
I make a motion that we adopt this resolution.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman seconds. Yamilet on the motion.
Mr. Alpert,
Yes.
Mr. Morgan,
Yes.
Mr. Cardoza,
Yes.
Ms. Gaffer,
Yes.
Mr. Wilkes,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford,
No.
Mayor McCartney,
Yes.
Mr. Guarino,
Yes.
Chairman Bago.
Yes, motion carries. Thank you. At this time, I would like to ask Mr. Plucker, who represents the applicant, to join us.
Thank you very much, Chairman Bagoff, Madam Mayor, members of the board. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Brian Plucker. I'm with the law firm of Hutch, Manowitz and Plucker in Woodbridge, New Jersey. I represent the applicant West Essex Highlands, Inc. Chairman Bagoff, you really stole my thunder. Much of what you were going to say, I was going to address the board with. So I will make my comments brief before we get going with our first witness. I know brevity is sometimes appreciated. I do appreciate the chairman's reference to the township's declaratory judgment lawsuit, which was ultimately settled in this matter, and from which our settlement agreement and the ultimate IH1 zoning ordinance was born. That was the product of many, many mediation sessions down the hall here with the township's professionals, representative, my client, Fair Share Housing Center, and the court-appointed special master. As a result of countless sessions and follow-up communications, the township ultimately settled its overall third round affordable housing obligation and did receive a final judgment in its favor in that action. Just a couple of the salient points of what drove those negotiations that wound up in our zoning ordinance and accordingly in our plan today is that the town was insistent that the disturbance of this 120.5 acre site be limited to no more than 30 acres. And we are proud to say that our plan comes in under that. The remaining 90+ acres, as is provided for in the settlement agreement, will be deed restricted by my client as open space in favor of the township of West Orange. Importantly, the settlement agreement referenced by the chairman and the applicable affordable housing regulations, more importantly, do require the township to cooperate with my client regarding the bringing of this project to the proverbial finish line, including the granting of reasonable relief if necessary. The regulations also provide importantly that the focus of the board on an inclusionary development that is part of the town's court-approved housing plan is that the board focuses on whether the development complies generally with the zoning ordinance. We understand there are many people in this room tonight who disagree that the zoning ordinance was adopted or that the town settled its case on affordable housing case on certain terms. So what we are here to say is that the board just needs to look at the plan and look at the zoning ordinance requirements that do exist and not which don't or which used to exist or which some people may wish existed. So with that being said, I have nothing further. I thought the chairman did a great job in covering the history, and I am ready to proceed with my first witness.
Go right ahead, sir.
Okay, the applicant would like to call Paul Anderson, our civil engineer.
Raise your right hand, sir.
You
swear or
affirm to tell the.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Will you adhere him, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Please give the board the benefit of your credentials.
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try as best we can to have everybody in the room here. If somebody in the back can't hear, raise your hand. One of us will identify. I got you. Can you not hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay, good. Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to work on it. I'll talk louder. I'm usually a soft-spoken person for those who know me. Okay. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Okay,
Okay, we'll start over.
go right ahead, sir.
Mr. Anderson, please give the board your benefit of your credentials.
Yes, I have Bachelor of Science in Civil and Environmental Engineering.
I got it. I got it. President, I got it.
Green light.
Okay. Take your time.
There we go. This one may be better. I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil and Environmental Engineering from Clarkson University, 1983. I was licensed as a professional engineer in 1988 in the state of New York and New Jersey. My licenses are current and in good standing. I'm a principal with Anderson Consulting Services, the firm that prepared the plans that are before you this evening. I've been accepted as an expert witness in planning and engineering throughout the state of New Jersey, including this board at one point when we had the single-family residential application for this parcel. That's.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Okay, and you were testifying today as a civil engineer?
That is correct.
Okay, unless any member of the board has a question about his credentials, I recommend we accept him as a civil engineer licensed in the state of New Jersey. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a PowerPoint presentation, which I will start momentarily.
Okay. See, come in. PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a PowerPoint presentation. So I am going to move off the dais, but still remain in control.
And Paul, just so we have a clear record, you prepared the site plan set that was filed with this application.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sweet. All right, so the property is block 179, lot 32. It's 120.49 acres located in the IH.
Closer to the mic, please.
Still, okay. located in the IH1 zone. With regard to where it is, there is, it's this green parcel, this colorized, portion of this plan is the subject property. To the north or to the top of the sheet of it is Howell Drive. Partially, what's going on? Again?
Yeah. I see it.
I gotta stick it down my throat. You heard.
Expertise. But that's okay.
Yeah. All right. So to the top of the sheet is Howell Drive, which is partially in West Orange and partially in Verona. To the left side is Essex Fells and single family homes on that, on those properties. To the bottom of the sheet is the condo association and Warner Road coming into the subject property. And to the right side is the community, the roads of Rosemont and Mayfair Road. So this, the settlement agreement, as was mentioned, establishes the location and the density. And the buildings, as you see them here, are in the general vicinity of what was approved in the settlement agreement and as part of the exhibit in the settlement agreement. One of the specific requirements in the settlement agreement was setbacks from the property line so that so the development would be buffered from the adjoining properties. There's a minimum 100-foot setback required. We have a 106-foot setback from the building D, which is on the right-hand side. We have a pointer right here. It's 106 feet. Now, thank you. As we go to the left, other properties to the what is to the north, towards Howell Drive, we have 218 feet from the property line to building C. We have 301 feet from building B, which is the building right here, to the property line. And then as we go to the west, we have 988 feet from building B to the Essex Fells property line. That's this dimension here. We have 658 from what is the maintenance building to the Essex Fells line. As we go towards setbacks to the association property, we have 471 feet from the maintenance building down to the property line. And we have 534 feet from building D to the property line. So we have exceeded the settlement agreement setbacks significantly. And that was anticipated in the exhibit, the concept plan that was approved for this project. So you can see there is a very nice buffer all the way around. Second thing that was paramount in this concept was that we were under 30 acres of disturbance. We have 27.85 acres of disturbance, and it is primarily in the center of the site, allowing for large buffer areas to the east and to the west. That leaves 92.6 acres of undisturbed open space that can be deed restricted in favor of the township with no further development. The buildings that you see in orange here, the larger buildings, the residential structures are 4-story buildings over parking. There's parking underneath each of the buildings to minimize the surface parking and the limit of disturbance. These are accessed by from Warner Road as the main roadway coming through. It comes to a traffic circle, and you can come around the traffic circle and go to the right and go over to what we are calling Building D on Road D currently. There's no name for it as of yet. And or you could continue around a circle and go towards this is the clubhouse, or go past the clubhouse to Building C, B, or A, or down as far as the dog kennel or the maintenance building. The access continues along. We plan on building the roadway Kuzik Drive to make the connection, but as was mentioned, we are seeking a de minimis waiver for keeping that roadway open. We currently have on the plans a gate that, if the de minimis exception is granted, would be left closed so that traffic would not go through Kuzik Drive unless someone thought better of it, that it was required at a later date. The township could ask, for us to open the gate. I will try. There you go. All right. All right. So
The explanation.
Sir, you have to be identified.
I'm sorry.
And he's in the middle of testimony.
I'm concerned about the record. Bruce Afrin, Objectors Counsel.
Mr.
the-
Governor,
You're looking for
The, I-
clarification on what he just said, or you want
No,
to
no, no,
repeat
no,
what he just said?
let me explain, let me
Guys.
explain.
you must identify yourself for the record who's speaking.
Bruce Afrin, Counsel for We Care New Jersey. I simply wanted to note that beginning with the statement from Mr. Anderson that we're seeking the de minimis waiver, I don't believe the rest was intelligible because we couldn't hear it. So I didn't want to move on because I don't know whether we could hear that. That's all I was
Okay,
pointing
so
out.
It's just a question of,
That's
Yeah.
okay.
please
Fine.
repeat.
I will repeat it. So
Thank you.
the applicant is seeking, as required in the settlement agreement, a de minimis exception from the RSI's requirements for this roadway connection. If granted, we will have a gate across this roadway and have it closed and only used in emergency situations where there's some need for a fire vehicle or an ambulance to get through there, but it would be closed on a regular basis. Traffic engineer for this project will go over the traffic considerations of the volumes of traffic and how that relates to how the granting, what considerations that the board can make in granting that de minimis exception. So we also have one other exit to the property, and that is an emergency exit to Howell Drive, which is a 15-foot wide asphalt roadway that has a gate. This is proposed to be closed at all times unless there's an emergency where they need to get in. The roads are all designed as high-intensity minor collector roads. To the left or the west of the circle, they are designed without parking on the street. And to the right or to the east by Building D, they do have parking on both sides. So if we look at the zoning schedule for this property, it conforms to virtually everything in the IH zone requirements. The one exception being, which I'll go over last, the percentage of foundation exposure. So it conforms with lot area, disturbed area, total number of units, total number of affordable units, building height, parking space size, parking space number. With regard to the exposure of the foundation, the zone permits a 50% exposure. Building A has 76.5%. Building B has 76.4%. Building C, 69.1%. And building D, 54.8%. So this property is undulating, has topography that goes up and down. And let me, hold on a moment. See if I can. You can see that the topography, well, maybe you can't see, the topography goes up and down. And what we've tried to do is build these buildings into the slope so that we minimize the actual disturbance around each building. Instead of creating a large level area and sinking the building into the ground to limit the foundation exposure, we have, for example, we have this entire side of building B exposed. Same thing for building A. The entire side is exposed so that we don't have to grade further down the hill by burying it. And it goes on like that. So in my opinion, this is a better zoning alternative to have more limited disturbance, less clearing associated, and working with the existing topography. Also, what's important is if you recall the setbacks, the large setbacks that we have for each of these buildings to the property line, the impact to adjoiners is negligible at best being like, say, 900 feet from this property line, there's no one's going to see some additional foundation. Our planner will go over the planning proofs for that variance when he gets his opportunity to testify. We have, this is the parking analysis as part of our set. The project requires 966 parking spaces. And we have 1,070. And those are the spaces that I have, the way I've counted is 1,070 spaces that are associated with the buildings themselves. So that means under the building and immediately outside the building. But we do have other uses which don't have a parking demand associated with the zoning ordinance, like a clubhouse, and an animal, a dog kennel and maintenance building. So we felt it was appropriate to have additional parking in those locations. So the 1,070 represents only the parking associated with the buildings. We have 102 other spaces, 55 at the clubhouse surface spaces. We have a lower garage in building C that is under the main garage for tenants that will be available for overflow parking for the clubhouse if there's an event. And there's 18 parking spaces at the dog kennel so that people can park there as they're dropping their dog off or picking it up. I want to point out that there's adequate spaces for each building. So each building stands alone in terms of having enough spaces. There's not an over amount of spaces on one building and not enough at the other. Each stands alone in its own accord. All the spaces meet the size requirement. We also will meet the ADA and EV parking space number and all the parameters with that. Currently, we have a limited number of EV spaces located on my site plans outside the building, is similar for ADA spaces, because most of those two types of spaces will be provided in the under building parking for the tenants who would have first shot at it. But we do have some for guests who would tend to park outside the building. This exhibit is showing accessibility, thank you, for a fire truck. So it's emergency vehicle access. So we took a fire truck as opposed to an ambulance. It's a larger vehicle. And we have a turning radius coming into the site, come from Warner Road. It goes around the circle and all the way past Building D, where it can turn around in the cul-de-sac outside of Building D and return and leave the site via Warner Road. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of his presentation, the public will have a chance to ask questions. This will be left up. They'll go with, let him finish his presentation. The board will ask questions, our expert ask questions, and then the public will ask questions.
All right.
Thank
So,
you.
just to clarify, this exhibit demonstrates that a fire truck sized vehicle can come down Warner Road around the circle, staying within the roadway limits and easily turn all the way through and get itself through the site so that it can do what it's intended to do, fight fires, or if it's an ambulance, to help someone in need. And this is access to the eastern portion of the site with an emergency vehicle fire truck. The second exhibit is the same type of presentation, only it comes up through Warner Road and around the circle and goes towards buildings A, B, C, the clubhouse and the dog kennel and maintenance building. It would leave Kuzik Drive through the gate. If there's a fire, they can open the gate, provided the exception is granted. And then I have one further, which is what happens if there's, say, a tree across Warner Road. What do you do? Well, we have the emergency access. Oh, I'm sorry. We have the emergency access on Kuzik Drive, and this demonstrates the truck turning through the site, coming in Kuzik Drive all the way around, and it has no difficulty maneuvering through the entire site and it can leave via the emergency access on Howell. And also this works equally well in reverse, where you can come in Howell and get all the way through the entire site with an emergency vehicle of the size of a fire truck. This is the overall utility plan. Thank you. The first thing that is important to understand here is that the limitations of the project were to not build to the east of the ridge line. The ridge line is a line at the top of the hill all the way through the eastern portion of the site. This building, Building D, is located to the west of that ridge line, and all the drainage coming from that building is directed to the west. There is no building and very minimal grading, if any, over the ridge line. It's intended to stop at the ridge line so that there's no change to the existing conditions from the ridge line to the east down towards Mayfair. And so there should be no impact to additional stormwater going to the east. The remainder of the site is part of our stormwater management system. So in order to manage the stormwater in accordance with the state regulations and the West Orange regulations, which are very much one and the same, we have 4 surface basins, one surface basin here, small scale, another small scale on Warner Road, and a small scale and a large scale basin on either side of Kuzik Drive. In addition to that, we have these darker areas, our porous pavement systems, where the water falls on the pavement, absorbs through the pavement, and goes into a gravel storage layer. And we also have roof areas from these buildings going into these porous pavement areas. That way we can control the stormwater discharge rate. We can recharge into the ground and control and meet the discharge requirements. We have 2 streams that are crossing the site, Canoe Brook tributary and the Canoe Brook. In each case, the drainage areas will have a reduction in flow in accordance with the state standards. So with the development in place, the stormwater discharge from any frequency storm would have the reduction that's required by the state. It would be less than what it is under existing conditions. This is subject to a DEP, this is part of the subject of a DEP permit application that we currently have pending. And details of this, in addition to answering the board engineer's comments, will all be addressed before it is 100% finalized. The sanitary sewer for this project is a gravity flow system that flows through the project from the buildings up on the hill, down past the circle to a low point that is just to the west of Building D. Building D also flows down to that. And at that point, we have a small sewer pump station that will pump it up to Bakley Terrace, to the terminal manhole on Bakley Terrace, which is part of the West Orange sanitary sewer system. I want to point out that there is an existing sanitary sewer system that crosses the site that services the condo association. They have a force main that goes from their pump station across our site, and there has been some reported smells associated with this. We are neither modifying or connecting in any way to that existing system. This is a completely independent system that will function on its own. We have a water system associated with this project, which interconnects from Howell Drive through to Warner and to Kuzik, creating a loop for the project, ensuring sufficient water flow for sprinkler systems in the building, for potable waters for the building. And the sewer and the water that I just described will be part of a DEP application, which we will have to work with the with the West Orange Engineering Department to, make the design in accordance with their standards, with their, from their existing conditions, plans. this is the overall landscape plan. The landscaping, we have a total of 27.85 acres of disturbance, and the ordinance requires 212 trees to be provided for every acre of disturbance. In this case, that ends up to 5,904 trees that are required to be replaced on site. One of the provisions in the settlement agreement and in the IH1 ordinance is that we can provide deer fencing around portions of the site to allow the understory of the vegetation to grow. Currently, the condition of the trees and the forest on site has been classified as poor because the deer have consumed all the understory and it's in poor condition. In order to allow it to have a better environmental impact, the understory needs to grow back, and that's why the deer fence was put into this agreement and into the IH1 zoning ordinance. So we have proposed 33.6 acres of deer fence so that the buffer area between the project and Essex Fells, and also between the project Building D and the Mayfair area has deer fencing that allows the understory to grow and become more dense and provides a much better buffer and environmental conditions for this forest to remain. So in addition to that, so that 33.6 acre gives us a credit of 7,123 trees. And then in addition to that, all of these small trees you see in here lining the road and around all the buildings, we have 279 native trees proposed to be planted on site. That gives us an additional credit of 279 trees. And if you do the math, it ends up being 1,498 surplus trees. So the ordinance requires the 5,904, and we provide not only the 5,904, but 1,498 additional credits. In addition to the trees, we do have 1,013 native shrubs and 2,320 native grasses and ground covers proposed throughout the site. In summary, this project has one minor C variance from the IH1 ordinance. The project has been designed in what I believe is substantial conformance with the settlement agreement and the zoning parameters that are required by the IH1 zone. And that is my direct testimony, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, the members of the board ask questions. Then our experts ask questions. Then the attorney for We Care will ask questions, and then the general public can ask questions. Vice Chairman Garino, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson, I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, talk louder.
Okay, I'll shout. Okay. Good afternoon. Good evening, sir. Mr. Anderson.
Jerry, you just gotta be super close to it. If you don't hear an echo, it's not like.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Anderson, my questions are related to two things: public safety, fire department, and ingress. Have your plans and dimensions and area specifications, have they been discussed with our fire department?
They have not. We have not had a review from the fire department. We had preliminary discussions a few years back, but they have not commented on this current plan.
Okay, because need to know if our fire department, are they comfortable with your assumptions about turn radius in and out of the facility, in and out of the environment? That's something we need to be comfortable with, that, you know, they're comfortable with, then we can be comfortable with. My second question, sir, can everybody still hear me? Okay, there you go. Anyway, Mr. Anderson, when you talk about sewage, sanitary sewage, yeah, give me this one. Yeah. Is that better? Amazing, amazing. Anyway, Mr. Anderson, talking about waste sewage. Have your calculations, the number of increased, sanitary sewage and everything else, have these numbers and qualifications that are needed, have they been discussed with the joint meeting? And if anybody knows what a joint meeting is, that is the sewer commission that covers 11 municipalities between Essex and Union. So I'd like to know have they been involved in your evaluation of increased sanitary storage?
Not to date. Right now, we've only discussed it with the municipal engineer and with regard to where it goes and what kind of flows we would anticipate. And the process typically is to get a municipal approval, then to work with the municipal engineering department to get them to sign off on conveyance, and then to go to joint meeting where you would where you would be looking for the gallonage available.
Okay, have your numbers and calculations been shared with our township engineer?
We discussed them verbally, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Garino. Mayor McCartney.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Anderson, my questions were similar, that you were talking about the sanitary sewer capacity of Bakley.
Mayor.
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you. Thank you. Mr. Anderson, my questions were similar to Vice Chairman Garino's about the capacity going into the sanitary sewer at Bakley Terrace, and similarly, have the engineers weighed in on that to be sure that the capacity of what you're generating, our capacity, can match what you're generating.
Yes, we have discussed that in detail. There is some concern about capacity, but there's really very few as-built plans of the existing West Orange sanitary sewer system. So
Mr. Anderson.
Closer to the
sorry,
microphone.
Louder, please.
there's no concrete answer as to the capacity that's available. We have discussed alternates such as off-peak pumping, but so the general process that we go through is we discuss the capacity of the existing system and the gallonage we would be putting into the system, and when with the municipal engineer, until they feel comfortable that it meets the proper standards where they can sign off on the conveyance part of the application for the sewer extension permit.
And then you would build and maintain that system?
We would build and maintain on site. The offsite we would be connecting in, and that would be all the things I just talked about, the pump station and any tanks
Closer to
needed
the
to.
microphone. Closer to the microphone.
Closer, okay. So offsite sewer obviously still falls under the realm of maintenance by the community.
And the map is not up, but
Louder, please, I'm sorry.
the map is still not up, but I know that you do have DEP permits pending, and I wanted to see where the wetlands were on that map. Where the wetlands on the map? That was my question.
Thank you.
Show the first. Joe, can you zoom in?
All right, so these lines here represent the wetlands limits, and it's on the inside here. Outside, we are not disturbing anything, only at the crossings. It's some odd shapes. There's some isolated areas, but these are interconnected through small, but so these are the current approved by DEP wetlands areas there, and then also around here. And then along the Canoe Brook, there's this odd shape that goes down either side, but we are not going anywhere near those wetlands.
Thank you. Joe, keep that up a minute. Mr. Anderson, too. I appreciated all the setbacks. They exceed what the township requires, but can you tell me from the east where that long building is, how far away is that from the steep slope? How many feet is that?
I don't have that information. It's very close to, it's at the top of the hill. So immediately after it levels off the top of the hill, it probably is 30 feet before it starts pitching down, but we do not disturb any of that area.
Right, and I understand that we do have a new steep slope ordinance, and that was put into place after this fair share housing settlement agreement. So I'm curious to know, that was 100 feet away. I'm just curious to know what that variance would be from that steep slope.
Well, I don't believe it'd be a variance because the steep slopes do not apply to this
That's true.
application.
That's true.
So it meets the requirement of being to the west of the ridge line. And at the ridge line, as you might imagine, it's the top of a hill. And so it goes up and up and then it levels off before it goes down the other side. And we stop on while it's still coming up before it goes over the top.
So. Okay.
Mr. Anderson, could you repeat that for the public, please?
Yes, I will. So we stopped the disturbance for building D to the west of the ridge line. And as you understand, with the top of a hill, it goes up on one side, it levels off, and then it goes down the other side. So we are stopping before the center point at the top where it reaches its peak or where it's leveled off. So we are short of that, and it is not on the steep slope going down the other side towards the municipal streets to the east.
And can you assure us that even if our current steep slope ordinances does not apply to this, that every precaution would be made to shore up whatever development is here?
It could, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Well,
Okay, I got it. Mayor, I'm sorry.
my question is, even if our current steep slope ordinance does not apply to this, would every precaution be made to any development?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Council President Rutherford. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, all of you that are here in person and virtually. Just want to note for the record, Mr. Chair, at 7:13, there were 122 people on Zoom. Is that still correct, Mr. Fagan? 122 people. We can see how important of an issue this is. I do have a few questions. Some are piggybacking off of some of the questions Vice Chair and Mayor have already asked, but I would like to still ask them for additional clarity. And I'm going to go in the order of my notes. You have the buffer, particularly with regard to the deer fence, highlighted on the map that we see. We can see that there is more than 100 feet between each of the buildings and the property lines. Are those buffers undisturbed trees, undisturbed foliage? Are you planting anything in there, or certainly where the deer fencing is that the only thing going in that buffer?
So yes, that is correct. So here, let me try to show you explain the exhibit a little bit further. So thank you for turning that light off. The lighter green color in here is inside this dark line. That's the limit of disturbance line. Outside of that limit of disturbance line, as you go around the site, is the existing native forest. So we are not doing anything where there's no deer fence associated with this in this wetland area. That will remain exactly as it is today because it's outside the limit of disturbance. Where we propose the deer fence, it is outside the limit of disturbance by definition, but it's because it's permitted to be placed without calling it disturbance by ordinance. And that is just going to allow the trees, the understory to grow back in these areas. But there's different colors, a darker green for where the understory will grow back, a little bit lighter than that green where it's the existing forest to remain, and the light color green where we actually are disturbing where it's grass or lawn planted back again.
Got it. And so, I will skip around since we're talking about trees. You stated there are 1,498 surplus trees as a result of this plan. Did I get that right?
I believe so, yeah.
But that includes, a credit of over 7,000, trees because of the deer fencing. So how many total trees will be replaced with actual trees, not the deer fencing?
We're proposing 279 new trees.
And we'll, so 279 will be planted on site.
That's correct.
And how many are coming down again?
5,904. So
Have we any understanding? I understand that you have a stormwater, management plan.
Mhm.
Have we any understanding of what these, what are called 100-year storms that seem to come every 2 or 3 years now? Do we have any understanding of what type of impact that amount of water would have with that amount of trees coming down?
we do. It's part of the drainage study. And part of this design is that we maintain the discharge from the site at a rate that is for the 100-year storm that you're discussing at 80% of the rate that is under current condition with all of the trees there. We have to hold back the water in all of these locations that I pointed out before, the porous pavement areas and the 4 detention basin areas to slowly, carefully let the water out and into the stream so that we don't impact the next door neighbor. That's the stormwater ordinance for this community as well as for the state. The DEP is reviewing it for those standards, and we have to meet that standard for each point of analysis. In this case, a point of analysis would be what are you putting into the Canoe Brook and what are you putting into the Canoe Brook tributary? Those are the only 2 places that we are discharging.
So in the event of one of these 100-year storms, 80% of that water will be managed by your system, and the additional 20% would be. Now, I'm a layman, so I don't.
Let me restate it then, because you did not understand what I said.
Could you speak a little louder?
I will try.
Thank you.
I'm speaking with the microphone almost into my throat. So there's not much I can do with the volume. We're just trying to make the best of it. So if on the 100-year storm, 100 cubic feet per second is discharged under today's circumstance or under today's conditions, the regulations state that I can only discharge 80 cubic feet per second. So there's a reduction in the total discharge from the site by regulation. Those are the standards that I have to meet in the design. And that is reviewed by your board engineer and by the DEP and ultimately approved by the DEP when we get our permits.
All right, got it. I think I understand that. Again, I am a layman at this, so I'm going to ask some questions that may seem basic. I hope you will indulge me.
Of course.
You mentioned there's a gate on Cusick, and I don't know what is that street at the top of the map?
How? Yes.
So you're anticipating a gate there should the exception be granted. Is that for both or for just Cusick?
Cusick is the only one we're seeking the exception. Howell is a classic, just emergency access only. The gate would only be open if, say, a fire truck needed to get into there or an ambulance needed to get into there. All right. And so, but Cusick is the one that we are requesting a de minimis exception for. You could say, no, you're not going to get that, which case it would be open all the time. Or you could say, yes, we'll give you the de minimis exception, in which case we would build the roadway and leave it there for emergencies and put a gate across it so it could not be used by the general public just leaving every day.
So can you characterize the gate for me? How would that work in case of an emergency?
It's a gate that the fire department would have the key for that they could open up if they needed to get through there.
Got it. Similar to the box that you have on the building, they show up, they have their key.
We'll have a method where they can get in there so they can use that emergency access and get to the emergency in a timely way.
All right, I'm going to follow up on Vice Chair's question with regard to the fire department. You said you had not yet discussed your fire truck accessibility with the fire department, and I gather that's because we're not at that point in the process yet. Did I understand your comment correctly?
We do not have a review from the fire chief. And if he has any concerns with that, I would be happy to go over it with him and make any modifications needed to do that. But I think what I was trying to demonstrate that there's an easy route for his fire trucks to get in and around. And I don't believe that he would have an issue with it, but obviously he has to review it and approve it.
I'm a layman again, so those turns look relatively navigable for large vehicles to me, but you know, I'm not a fireman. I just wanted to know, when you were looking at your turn radiuses, did you look at the largest piece of equipment we have, or the pieces of equipment that would be needed for this development?
I looked at a large fire truck that is representative. It's that would get through this community. I didn't go and get the exact truck and that exact turning radius, but it's a larger fire truck that I used to go through this area. And it made it actually, it wasn't like you're going to have to go over this curb here or that curb there to make it made it fairly easily.
Yeah, I will echo the sentiments of the vice chair. I think understanding the type of equipment that the fire department would have to deploy to address an emergency there is important. There are different size fire trucks. They have different functions.
Yes.
And we want to make sure that all of them can get in or out.
We do as well.
Building D, which is west of the ridge line.
Correct.
You stated you don't know how close to the steep slope that is. Is that accurate?
Yes, because steep slope is not part of this application. We haven't studied steep slope because it's not part of this zoning ordinance. So I don't have a lot of information for you as to where the steep slope begins by your definition of steep slope on the new steep slope ordinance, because it's not relevant to this application.
Well, following the ordinance may not be relevant, but understanding the impact on the steep slope is relevant. And so I do think it's important. I think it's important to understand how close to the steep slope you will be building. I understand that you are building into the ridge, which will minimize, according to your testimony, the impact on the ridge. But we already had a tragedy in town where a hillside collapsed on an apartment building that has now been vacant for almost 3 years. And we certainly would not like to see a similar tragedy because we're building close to the edge of the steep slope.
Yeah, I understand that. I've heard of that tragedy that happened. And I don't believe you'll have any concern for this building having a similar circumstance. The architect will be testifying with regard to the building, how it lays with the land and how it'll be stable as it's built into the top of that hill, into the almost to the top of the hill. But when he demonstrates it to you, I believe you'll see that there's not a concern for that same circumstance to happen again here.
And I appreciate your answer. This is agnostic to you as a professional and individual, but the township has some difficulty accepting some of these professional opinions when we've seen those types of opinions be given before and then an accident has still occurred. So I don't know what you can do to assuage the fears of the residents in those neighborhoods and this council member and the planning board. But that is a serious concern, and it should be understood and addressed. Now, with regard to that steep slope, it appears to me on that map that very little of the foliage approaching the slope will be disturbed, but I can't really tell. Are you taking trees down off the top of the slope? I see some light green along the blue, along building D, but I'm not.
Immediately behind the building, some trees come down.
Okay. And that line that is immediately behind the building, does that line represent the high point on the map?
The curved line represents the high point, the ridge line. Yes, correct.
So that building D, it looks to me is at the bottom of building D is literally at that line. Am I understanding that correctly?
There is one point where it's very close to that line. That's correct.
So that can't possibly be 30 feet.
Well, what first, number one, I said I don't have an exact measurement, but if I was to suggest it was 30 feet, it's because I know the top of the ridge, there's a flat area at the top of the ridge. And before it starts going downhill again, which is where your steep slopes occurs, I would be just estimating from my experience walking the site. So again, you can't hang your hat on the number 30 feet. You can say I go to the top of the center of that ridge or just short of it. But before it gets steep, I don't know where that gets steep. So that's why I don't have the answer for you.
All right, turning to the tie into the Backley sewer system, the sewer system that's located at
Bacon Terrace.
Backley Terrace. So you discussed flow data verbally with our engineer, our township engineer, is that right?
Right.
But, and it's, from your testimony, we're not at the point in the application process where you would, discuss that with the joint meeting?
That's correct. We can't make an application to the DEP for sewer or go before we actually have a municipal approval. So once we have a municipal approval for for this application, then we can start the process of going and getting the concurrence that the collection system, the conveyance system is appropriate, or whatever we're doing to it is appropriate, and it can convey the flow. And then we go after that. The next step is going to joint meeting.
And this verbal discussion, is that where you determined that it was difficult to understand the available capacity at Backley and the impact on that capacity? Or do you understand the impact, but don't understand the available capacity?
No, we don't understand that there's a lack of existing records in the town engineering department. They do not have pipe size, slope, location. So those are the items that are necessary to determine the capacity. So it will require some engineering discussion with the town engineer to identify a path where they can sign off on conveyance.
And by identify a path, you mean to somehow analyze and understand what the
Yes.
available capacity is and compare that with the anticipated flow.
That's correct. And understand when we could pump, what pumping that amount of effluent would mean to the system and so forth. It's a calculation that has to be done in conjunction with the West Orange Engineering Department. With the West Orange Engineering
Brandon, could you
Department.
repeat that, please?
All right, want to go back to the wetlands. You talked about the disturbance relative to the trees.
Mhm.
Have you, well, actually, the entire site. Have we discussed, disturbance or displacement relative to the birds or animals or, any of the other creatures that call that forest home?
We have not discussed that.
Are we aware? Do we have an understanding of what endangered species may live there? Or if there are any that live there?
It's not my expertise. It's part of environmental expertise.
Is that something the DEP is going to weigh in on?
Yes, they will look and see whether there's threatened and endangered species as part of the application. I don't believe that they found them previously on the site. The buffers have been 50 feet, 50-foot buffers. If there's threatened and endangered species on site, they typically would require 150-foot buffers. And it would change the parameters of the application that we already have in. So although I'm not, privy to what exactly is there and what their service is, the DEP has not indicated that it's exceptional resource value because of an endangered species.
If we were to determine that, how would that impact this project?
It would change the permit requirements from the DEP for crossings of wetlands.
So those buffers that you have now between the buildings and the wetlands would not be sufficient?
There's buffers associated with the wetlands, and we are crossing the wetlands in 2 locations. So those buffers would increase and the amount of buffer disturbance would increase. It would change the permit that we would have to get from the DEP. But it would not necessarily change the design of the roadway network. It would change the permits that we were seeking.
But it would not force you to relocate any of the existing buildings or parking lots?
I don't know that. I'd have to, it's a more complicated question than just shooting from the hip. I'd have to look and see which ones, if any, were within 150 feet.
Do we have an estimate on when the DEP will weigh in?
On whether there's threat, we have a LOI that we can rely on for the next period of time, for next year, that indicates that there's not exceptional resource value wetlands, and there's not threatened and endangered species on it. We can rely on that legally with this application and for this application, because that is in place.
But your application is being reviewed now by the DEP, is that right?
For the permits, yes, correct.
And when that review is complete, they will then, as a part of returning that application to you, whether they approve it or not, they will give some detail about the endangered species and any impact on this site plan.
So, no, I think, so as part of this application, there is a natural heritage report that the environmental scientist obtains. Thank you. And,
Sorry, a little
yeah,
louder, please.
thank you for let me know happens, when it happens next time.
Yeah, that's okay.
So the natural heritage report comes out and it indicates what, species are available or around within this habitat. And they look at it based on, that's already been done. And that's when we had our LOI granted many times. It's never found threatened and endangered species. We've been at this project for many years, and it's been, we've had several LOIs, and none of them have ever found threatened and endangered species. So and we have a valid LOI that we can rely on that states that. So there's no further determination with our permit application.
All right, last thought is with regard to ingress, egress, and the number of cars. There's 1,070 parking spaces, 900 and something are required for the development. And the way I understand your map, there's only one way to get in and out. Is that? I know that there's a gate on Cusick and a gate on Howell, so they are not going to be used except in emergency. So on a daily basis, there's one road in and one road out. Is that right?
If the de minimis exception is granted, that is the plan.
Have we done traffic? Would that fall under you with the environment? That's not under, I see your attorney.
We have a traffic engineer who will be testifying after, well, not immediately after me, but at some point after me.
All right, that'll do it for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Anderson.
Council President. Mr. Alper.
Sure. Mr. Anderson, first on the ridge line, is it the case that the ordinance that's been agreed to? Is it the case that the ordinance that's been agreed to as far as the ridge line doesn't specify a number of feet, but only says that construction needs to take place west of the ridge line?
That's correct.
Okay, I do think that speaking just for myself, I think we're going to want to know the exact footage when you're able to. I realize we're in a multi-day process, but I think that's going to be an important number that we're going to want to hear.
All right.
What would the plan be to protect the ridge line during construction?
We would be setting silt fence out. We don't anticipate any significant amount of water going in that direction because we're on the west side of the ridge. So everything is coming towards the interior of the development. So we would put silt fence out, maybe hay bale barriers or something like that to delineate exactly where that ridge line is. But there's without having water running over, I don't know what you're really protecting it from.
Would there be any issues from construction equipment being on that ridge while you're building that portion of the building that is close to it?
It shouldn't be in any significant way because, it's supposed to be, no disturbance to the east of that.
Okay. On the foundation exposure being higher than allowed, are there renderings of that so that people can see what exactly we're talking about and what that
Yeah,
looks like?
I think that's an architectural
That's fine.
question. He will show you how it is calculated. Those are actually his numbers.
Gotcha. If we can go to the fire truck turning radius, the west version of that, I did have a question on that.
Which one?
The west version, so the second one you showed us.
This one?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Can you zoom in on that?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good enough, I think. Could a fire truck that comes in from Warner and goes around the circle and goes too far and needs to turn around because, they thought they had to go further for some reason, but they need to come back. Is there a way for them to turn around? Because there's no circle down on the Cusick end of things. Can they do it is that the maintenance or kennel parking lot? Is there space there?
They could certainly turn around as a K-turn in that parking lot, but I just anticipated that they would be going out Cusick Drive.
Right, but they could certainly leave after the event via Cusick. But my concern is that if they go too far and need to come back, that they shouldn't have to go all the way down Cusick and then turn and then come back up Warner and go all the way around the circle to get to the corner of Building A, if that's Building A on the bottom half there. So I think we would want to see a turning radius that shows that they could do a turn in the parking lot of the maintenance building / kennel or add another way to make sure that turnaround can happen.
Okay, I got it.
And also on fire, and I know a lot of times these reviews happen later, but because this is, all new construction with the new water system, will the fire department be getting a chance? Are there hydrants diagrammed and will the fire hydrant?
There are hydrants on the plan
Okay.
of every building. And we do not show fire department connections yet, but that would require the fire chief's input as to where he wanted them.
Gotcha. I think my next thing is the body of water to the left is the Canoe Brook and its tributary.
What, I'm sorry.
The body of water on the left side of the plan.
Canoe Brook tributary is to the right, Canoe Brook is to the left.
Okay. I believe that's the reservoir source for New Jersey American Water. So I'm wondering if they weigh in on a project like this, or if that's DEP's responsibility.
I don't know if they weigh in or not. I've never seen them weigh in on any of our past applications for this. We have a very minor impact in terms of that wetland area over there. I mean, we just have one head wall from the discharge from Basin 1 in that location.
So it shouldn't be the case that any construction debris or anything would end up in the waterway.
Should not.
On the stormwater discharge on that, I know you say, obviously you have to reduce the current discharge, but the current discharge is from nature, right? So it's the trees and the soil and the waste of the animals that live on the site. Right. When that changes and that the runoff becomes, what's in the parking lots and oil and the residue from human habitation, how does that figure into the calculations and into the requirements?
It's not a volume calculation. That's part of the design is, there's three parameters. There's water quality, water quantity, the discharge rate, and groundwater recharge. So there are green technologies associated with various stormwater management devices. So small scale infiltration basins are considered green technology. The water comes in and it has a pre-treatment device before each surface basin. And then it absorbs water into the ground and also has water quality elements in the basin itself. Okay, and then the water that is actually discharged to the outlet structure is to have 80% suspended solids removed from it prior to it discharging. So the design includes that kind of technology. In the case of the large scale detention basin that we have that goes to the Canoe Brook, that the large scale does not provide the water quality element. So we had to have 80% removal with filtration devices prior to the discharge into the basin. So the oils and greases or whatever you're finding from the site goes through. In this case, we've used a Filterra, which is a tree planter and a medium, and the water goes through, it filters through the medium. And then once it's filtered through, it goes down to the basin for quantity control. And so that's how that's handled.
Okay.
The porous pavement systems are similar. They are green technology for quantity, quality, and groundwater recharge. So that those other ones that are up on the top of the hill and those parking lots take care of themselves independently at the top of the hill.
Got it. On the trees, the number you said, 5,904, is that the number that's actually being removed, or is that the obligation that you need to replace? Because I thought you'd given a formula of 212 trees per acre times 27 point, et cetera, acres, and that is where the 5,904 came from. I wasn't sure if that was the exact same number that was also coming down.
So there was an estimate of the amount of trees in the forest. It was based on a study done years ago. And it was decided to put into the ordinance at 212 trees per acre. And the replacement was based on a 1-for-1 tree replacement.
Got it.
And we have, just get my number right. We have the 27.85 acres of disturbance, and we have find it eventually. We have 5,904 trees required to be replaced based on the 212 times the acreage. And so that's what we have to replace. And they also gave a similar credit to the deer fencing, 212 per acre.
So it's 212 per acre of deer fencing?
For the placement of deer fencing, correct.
So each acre of deer fencing counts as 212 trees,
Correct.
though it's not obviously, but any one tree, let alone.
It's
200.
not adding trees, it's just making that portion of the forest healthier.
Okay, that's all I've got.
Thank you. Mr. Wilks?
Yes. Going back to the emergency vehicles. You had mentioned that, possibly doing a cage or anything like that, but you said you'd also, you guys have not spoken to the fire department as of yet. What other basis do you guys use to create a plan like this? Because if you don't talk to them at all, why are you putting emergency vehicles in, fire hydrants? How did you base this whole plan off of not talking to them at all? Or knowing locations of hospitals, anything like that?
Well, we have a water system that goes through the entire site. We put hydrants periodically, but
I'm tight.
I'm sorry, it's just difficult to get this close.
I know.
I'm fine.
The air conditioning too doesn't help.
Yeah.
No, yeah, okay. So we have a water line that goes all the way through the site, and we put hydrants where they are necessary for each building. We have, it's very possible that the fire chief says, That's fine, but I want one more. I want an extra one. That's fine. When we talk to them, we would add an extra hydrant, similar to what I had just said previously, is we don't know where the fire department connection would be, where they would want it for sprinkler systems in the building. So we have to talk to them and then place the fire department connection where they can pressurize the sprinkler system in the building where they want it.
Well, I was really asking, I mean, also, that's good to know, but just the basis of it, because based on their location, wouldn't you want the egress and ingress to be closer to where they would be coming in at, or where they could get to the situation faster? Why is that not considered? If you haven't spoken to them, that's what I'm trying to get to. If you haven't spoken to them, how do you create a plan like this? And then all of a sudden he comes in or he or she comes in and says, well, I want to change it so that you're closer to our fire department and let us have an interest that way. You'll just change it?
So very often, when we have a review of this, we get a review from your municipal engineer, your planner, your environmental scientist, your traffic engineer, and we also get a review from police and fire. But I don't have reviews from police and fire. So at that time, so I would expect I would get those reviews and then I would respond to it. If I have to meet with them, I would meet with them. If I don't have to meet with them, I could just comply and do whatever he's asking. Typically, the comments are adding an extra hydrant or moving it slightly, or things of that nature, or providing fire zone striping along a curb line. Those are typical comments that require their input.
Okay. Well, I'm sure we'll come back to that, but also, I mean, you did testify, Council President, I asked you about some of the other animals in the area. You did testify about the deer in the area. Why is it that we don't have anything known about the other animals? You mentioned the deer fence. You mentioned that the deer were doing damage in some of the areas. Why is it that we don't have any knowledge of any other animals in the area that you testified to?
It's just, it's not really an engineering question. It's
Okay.
something the environmental scientists for this application of the DEP would have a better handle on.
Okay.
I know they did various studies, bat studies and things. They didn't find anything endangered. They proved all these things. I'm sure you have a standard amount of animals in this area that you would in any forest in northern New Jersey.
Okay. No more questions right now. Dr. Backo.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, can you hear me all right? Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you for your time. A number of my concerns were already addressed thus far, like the buffers, the fire truck access, boundaries, wetlands, deer fencing. I'll try to unmuffle.
Good luck.
Undisturbed areas, steep slopes, et cetera, et cetera. So my question has been reduced to this one. Does the settlement agreement provide a required duration of care to protect the newly planted trees and understory until they reach maturity?
Let me see if I understand your question. Does the settlement agreement provide the care for this, of the trees?
A duration of care, like a time period?
I don't recall saying that, but that's fairly standard language. Anytime you have a development, you're required to, take care, make sure the trees are growing for 2 years or more. Because that would be fairly standard language, but I'm not sure I recall it in the settlement agreement.
Okay, just something of note. Thank you.
Mr. Cardoza.
Hello?
Okay.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am interested in hearing more from something from the traffic engineer regarding specifically the proposed gates, emergency vehicle access and sidewalks coming up. But other than that, I think that my fellow board members have asked some excellent questions. No questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Cardoza. Ms. Kapfer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Mr. Anderson. Could you comment on the stormwater management rules? Like which iteration are you required to use for this project?
Well, because of the time of our application at DP, we are on the old standard.
So like the 2021, is that?
Yes.
Is that what you, okay.
Yes, we are grandfathered to the older standard.
Okay. And then did you have geotechnical testing done for this project? Did you,
Yes, we did.
okay, for the porous pavement and the other green infrastructure?
The geotechnical testing was for multiple purposes, but primarily for soil borings for stormwater management.
Okay. And can you comment at all on your findings related to the depth to high groundwater? It appears that it was suitable based on the fact that you are proposing porous pavement. But is it 10 feet below the ground surface? I mean, did it vary a lot across the site?
It varies significantly throughout the site. And in each instance, we're obligated to keep a 2-foot distance between the seasonal high groundwater level that was found in any of the borings within the porous pavement system and the bottom of the system. So we have done that.
Okay. And are you providing any sort of filtration or anything like that? I think you commented on roof drain connections directly to the porous pavement.
Yes, we will have some kind of leaf guard type of system on the buildings itself to prevent leaves from getting into the porous pavement system.
Okay. Can you say more about the DEP permits? What permits are you applying for this application?
Well, we have FHA permits for riparian zone disturbance. And we have wetlands crossing. I believe it's a 10B wetlands crossing. And there's also permits associated with stormwater discharges.
Okay. And then I was going to ask questions about similar to others who are asking about capacity, whether capacity is provided or for water and sewer, whether you've received will serve letters, but it sounds like you're going to request those at a later time. Is that correct?
We are.
Okay. Can you comment on any provisions regarding pedestrian safety, like sidewalks or crosswalks, anything like that that you have proposed on the site?
So we have crosswalks. There will be signage associated with crosswalks. Your planner's report indicated the desire to have traffic calming measures, and we agree with that. We would love to add traffic calming measures to make it safer, to add additional pedestrian sidewalks crossing from one side to the other so that people in the western section of the development could get to the clubhouse with accessible walkway. So those are all things that we were very happy to do. We want this to be a walkable section of the community. We have extensive wooded area there. There's existing natural trails that go through there that we assume that people will enjoy walking on in the future. So we do have sidewalks going throughout the development.
Okay. And can you tell us a bit more about the proposed deer fencing and how that works? Is it simply just a high fence that keeps deer out, or
Essentially, it's a 8 to 10 foot high fence that is placed around in the vicinity where we're show on the plan, and it keeps deer from coming in and over browsing on the vegetation.
And has any thought been given to like what happens to the deer that are currently in that area, like where they may go? I know that may not be in your area.
It's not. I'm just trying to develop a plan that follows the ordinance, and these are all provisions that were thought favorably of in the negotiations for the development of this ordinance and settlement agreement. And so we have implemented those into our plan.
And one question, I think it was you shared something about that the forest has been classified as being in poor condition. Is that based on a report that an expert provided, or where does that come from?
I believe it's in the settlement agreement, number
Okay.
one. And it was based on an evaluation by an arborist and the town's environmental professionals who walked the site with us on during the negotiation period and looked at the existing conditions. And it in their opinion, as forestry people, it was in poor condition.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms.
Thanks.
Catherine. Mr. Hess, Board Engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions, if I may, Paul. The first thing.
Mr. Hess, sorry.
Any better? Okay, I have two questions, if you will. The first is you've testified that you have a letter of interpretation or an LOI from the DEP. Could a copy of that be provided to the board? And that would show the board what the classification is?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that would be helpful for the board to see that. Second is we issued a traffic letter and also a engineering letter on the project, and there were a fair number of comments in a letter. I assume you agree that you'll work with our office on resolving all of those issues?
I do.
Okay. That's the biggest concern I have. I want to make sure the comments get addressed. And I think it's important for the board to see a copy of the LOI. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Mr. Hazel, the board's professional planner.
Yes. Mr. Anderson, you did discuss the pedestrian circulation throughout the site, which was one of my concerns. Could you address the issue? Sorry. Could you address the issue related to the one road where the sidewalk sort of flips over to the other side?
Yes, there was one comment in your report that questioning why I just to the east of the to the south of the traffic circle, I cross the roadway with the sidewalk, and where I go from one side to the other. And that is because that sidewalk on the east side would line up with the sidewalk that is proposed on Warner Road within the condominium association property.
Thank you.
You done, Mr. Hazel? Thank you. Okay, and Mr. Afrin. Any questions, sir? No problem.
Mr. Chair, while he's getting ready, can I ask two follow-ups?
I'm sorry, yes, Council President, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. And I can't remember which of my colleagues brought it up, but someone mentioned that there were some surveys done with regard to animals in the forest here.
Yes, sir.
Was one of those for the Indiana bat?
Yes, it was.
And what was the result of that?
I believe it was negative. There was no Indiana bats.
And that letter of interpretation that was just discussed, Mr. Hess brought it up and asked you to forward it to us. When was that drafted or sent to you?
I don't know the exact date. It's probably 3 or 4 years ago.
And then Ms. Capra referenced different stormwater management standards. And so are you clear on, can you tell us, are you, I wasn't sure if you were sure that the 21 standards are the ones that govern here, are they?
They are. There was new regulations presented after we made our application, and they do not apply to our application of the DEP.
So, and are the newer standards stricter? How are there any major differences that would affect this development between the newer standards and the 21 standards?
There are differences in the standard, and many people say they are stricter. I don't know what the impact would be with this development. We have numerous locations where we have stormwater management within the limit of disturbance, and I don't know whether we could possibly still meet the newer standards, but we're not obligated to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Council President. Vice Chairman Garino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everybody hear me? Here we go. Okay. Mr. Henderson, just to reiterate what my colleagues have said, just what my colleagues said about storm sanitary and a few other things. One question, Mr. Anderson, did you ever take a look at our complete streets requirements in the master plan? that deal with public safety, sidewalks, crossing, lighting. You know, all the people that come before the planning board have, in many of our major projects, have looked at our complete streets requirements and ordinance in the master plan. So if you haven't served, you know, if the architect hasn't, we'd appreciate if you did take a look at it, because it does enable you to make the, you know, the project more accessible to our residents, walkability and safety, particularly for all the residents. Secondly, so I was going through my notes, and in the site plan review meeting in March, it was questioned about the sanitary volume pumping stations, and there were requirements to get back to the board to specifications, calculations. Do you know when those questions and responses will be available to the township engineers and to us?
I was planning on approaching that process after planning board approval. This
Okay.
is when I can make the application to the DEP. I cannot make the application to the DEP without a resolution of approval.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hess, would you comment on that?
Excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying as hard as I can. You gotta help me. We all want to hear the information. The goal of this meeting is that the board hears the information, you hear the information, we make a decision based on the facts, the ordinances, and the law. If we do this, we're not gonna get there. We appreciate that you're standing there with us. We're all together in this, okay? So I'm trying. Mr. Hess, there was SPRAB questions that have not been answered. Mr. Anderson said they will be answered after the board's decision. I believe that it is our usual and customary methodology to have that information prior to the board's decision. So you, as our expert, can look at this with the town engineer and make a rational decision to help us. Am I correct?
But I think the applicant would be able to give flow estimations for sewage flow and water demand. Those are simple calculations based on the residential site improvement standards.
Okay.
It's more difficult to make a decision and come up with information regarding how the sewage is going to be handled, because that's going to require additional studies and collection of information, which currently is not available.
Okay.
Can I?
Vice Chairman Garino.
I just want to go back, Mr. Hess, I just want to go back to the point is that when they do give us the information, it needs to be soon, because we need to know if they know there's a problem or if there's going to be issues, what remedies are going to be done that are going to impact this project. Those are the key concerns. What remedies will they need to do to, you know, mediate any additional concerns with sewage and such?
Right.
Thank you.
And I don't know that they're going to be able to come up with that information that quickly. I think they'll be able to tell us what the anticipated sewage flows are and what the water usage will be, but what the remedy is going to be, based on the lack of information, that's going to take a while to put together.
So
But ultimately, the township would have to be satisfied with the improvements. There would have to be water and sewer approvals granted by the municipality to allow whatever upgrades are required.
So if approved, the application may have conditions associated with those forward-looking approvals
Right.
based on evaluations afterwards.
Typically would be what's called conditions subsequent.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Mayor McCartney.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to ask Mr. Hess, what other questions did you have of this applicant in your report that you said that he would get back on? Can you elaborate on the questions you had?
We had questions obviously regarding the stormwater management. We had questions regarding stormwater management. We also had questions regarding the sanitary sewer service to the site, the water service to the site. We've asked the applicant to asked them to address the required outside agency approvals. We've talked about that tonight. what's required for the project. And we had, asked for some revisions to the plan, like they show the locations of the electric vehicle charging stations on the ground level or on the surface on the site plan drawings, but they're not yet shown on the architecturals. So we need the plans revised to provide that information. We had a couple questions regarding the overall number of parking spaces. Just a lot of it is minor technical details that just need to be worked out between the design engineer and our office.
Thank you. But Mr. Anderson, that raises another question, Chairman, if I may.
Go right ahead, Mayor McCartney.
On the, I understand when the application was initially submitted, there were 4 electric charging stations and now I believe there are 15. Are they scattered among the buildings or centrally located?
So I show, I believe, 2 outside every building. There are some, obviously the remainder of the 5% that's required initially have to be inside the building, and the wiring for future ones would also be in the building itself. They would not be outside, because it's our feeling that the people that are going to be charging are going to be residents, not
Right.
guests. So we do provide a minimal outside, but most of them will be inside.
At each location, at
At
each building?
each building, yes.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Afrin.
Mr. Chair,
All
just
right,
one second before you.
Council President Rutherford.
Thank you, sir. I do apologize. I promise to be brief. It's just one question. So, as we sit here and debate this, all of the impact from stormwater, sanitary sewer has been discussed with regard to West Orange. Is there any impact to our neighboring towns, on either with regard to stormwater or sanitary sewer?
There is no impacts for any of those utilities to your neighbors. There's no disturbance or drainage going towards Essex Fells. There's, Verona is uphill from the sites. There's no stormwater impact there. We're not utilizing their sanitary sewer system or their water system. It's just, the water tends to flow to the south, which is towards the condo association, and to the 2 streams that discharge there. And we're using the West Orange water system and sewer system. So there's no impact to your neighboring towns.
Great. And then with regard to the condominiums that are downhill, we know that they have flooding now. Have there been any studies or observances of the water that comes through that development under current conditions?
We're obligated to reduce the flow from the current conditions. So the development of this project will actually improve discharge that goes towards the condo association.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Afrin. You're up, sir.
Thank you. If my voice is too low, please let me know. I'm having some speech problems, which is not good for a lawyer. Good evening. Thank you. I'm Bruce Afrin, counsel for the objector, We Care New Jersey Corp. I just want to apologize to 2 members of council, planning board. I just want to apologize. I had to leave for a moment or 2 while 2 members were questioning, so my apologies for walking out. Mr. Anderson, good evening. I'll have
Good
some
evening.
questions for you. I'll just start in
Mr.
my
Afrin,
notes.
a little louder, or hold
Oh, I'm
Can
sorry.
you hold the mic
I'll hold them.
without the.
That's much better. Thank you. Is that better? Thank you. I'm going to go in the order of my notes. I know many members had questions that moved it back and forth, so I apologize if it seems a bit disjointed. You mentioned that the residences will be above parking. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the parking is going to be underground as the present conditions exist?
There's one side of the building that is exposed. The foundation is exposed, and the other side of the building, it would be buried to just about below the finished floor elevation of the first floor of the apartments.
Will you be blasting it to stone to make the underground parking?
I would assume there would be some type of rock removal associated. There is rock in various locations throughout the site, how it's removed, whether it's blasting or hammering of the rock is yet to be determined. If it is blasting, it would have to be in accordance with all state blasting requirements.
But you don't yet know whether the neighbors will expect blasting as part of this project.
It's really something to determine by the contractor when he's there, whether he can actually hammer the rock out. Whether he can hammer the rock out or whether the nature of the rock that he's dealing with has to be blasted. So it's possible that he has to blast it. And if he does, he would have to follow the standard requirements of notifying the neighbors, doing pre-blast surveys and all the standard requirements.
Now, have you done any evaluation in the event of blasting as to the effect of particulate on the association and on the natural setting of the site itself?
I have not done any studies on blasting.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned earlier that there'll be 966 parking spaces. There'll be some overage, and you identified, I believe, 102 other spaces, if I'm correct.
966 is the required number of parking spaces. 1,070 is what the proposed number is. And in addition to the 1,070, there's the additional 102.
Now, how many of these 966 spaces do you expect to be occupied by cars owned by the people living in these buildings?
It's an RSIS standard. So whether people, they will very likely be, they're all reserved for the population there plus their guests.
And my question was very specific. Of these 966 spaces, do you have an understanding at present as to how many are expected to be used by cars owned by the people to live in these buildings?
I don't have an actual number for you. It's more of a traffic engineering number. The breakdown between residents and guests is something that our traffic engineer can discuss.
You've never talked about it with your traffic engineer?
No, I have not talked to him about it. It's not a question that I've heard before. We're obligated to provide 966. We provide 1,070 and plus an additional 102. We've met our parking obligation.
Why are you closing Kuzik Road except for emergencies?
Because it was requested as part of the settlement agreement.
And that settlement agreement was between the town, the association, I believe, and who else? And the developer.
And the developer, correct?
Now, that settlement agreement was not part of any site plan application before this body, was it?
That's correct. Okay.
Now, why is the settlement agreement seeking to close Kuzik Road?
Board Chairman, may I address that? I believe it is a legal issue.
Mr. Plucker, yes, go right ahead, sir.
Right.
Mr. Affron, 1 minute, please.
Just so it's clear, and I appreciate Mr. Affron asking, the settlement agreement itself was made a part and was submitted in connection with this application for site plan approval. I believe your question dealt with, was there any kind of proceeding before the planning board in connection with the negotiation and execution of the settlement agreement? Was that your question?
It's a very lawyer-like question. I compliment my colleague. That wasn't really my question. My question simply is, why is Kuzik Road being closed? What's the reason?
That is an easy answer, and I'll address everybody here. The settlement agreement is between the Township of West Orange, the applicant, and the West Essex the Highlands Condominium Association. Attached to the settlement agreement were many terms and conditions which were negotiated specifically between the town, my client, and the condominium association. One of those terms was the association expressed a desire not to have traffic for the proposed development traverse Kuzik Drive. Therefore, as part of the settlement agreement, we agreed to submit a site plan application which had Kuzik Drive open, but that we would seek a de minimis exception or waiver or whatever would be required to close off Kuzik to emergency access and only allow emergency access.
I appreciate council's explanation. Now, is it fair to say, and if council wishes to answer, that's certainly fine. I don't mean that sarcastically. Is it fair to say that this settlement agreement did not get put up for public discussion before this board so that these good people could comment on the question of so little actual access for all of these vehicles?
I can address that. Obviously, there was a pending Mount Laurel declaratory judgment litigation that was filed by the Township of West Orange, which sought compliance with their third round affordable housing obligation. The planning board was not a party to that litigation and was not
Mr.
required.
Speak up a little bit, please.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The litigation that was filed by the Township of West Orange. It was what we call a declaratory judgment action. Towns who were looking to voluntarily comply with their third round Mount Laurel affordable housing obligation were given the option to file that type of lawsuit by July of 2015 pursuant to a Supreme Court ruling. Many towns filed them. West Orange was one of them. The planning board was not a party to that case. My client, as a developer owning property in town, successfully intervened in that litigation along with the Fair Share Housing Center, who is the public, the organization nonprofit who kind of serves as the public advocate for the protected class of those people who are in need of the housing units. The negotiations and the mediation sessions were conducted with the association, my client, the Township Fair Share Housing Center, in connection with the court-appointed special master. The settlement agreement was born out of those negotiations. The planning board was not a party to that case. There was no public process before the planning board in connection with the settlement agreement, and none was required. However, when the zoning ordinance was introduced by the township council pursuant to their obligation under the settlement agreement, which was required by a court order, that went through the normal process. The ordinance was introduced, and eventually there was a discussion held on second reading before the council adopted that ordinance. In between the first reading and the second reading, it was referred to the planning board, which is required by law.
It hasn't been before this board on a site plan application. I think we can agree on that, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
It has not come before. It has not come before this board in a site plan application. That's correct, right?
What has not come before this board? I just want the record is clear.
The element of the settlement agreement recommending the closing of Kuzik.
That was not discussed by this board before the settlement agreement was signed and approved by the
I
board.
appreciate that. Thank you. Now, you would agree this board is not bound to that provision in the settlement agreement. Is that a fair concession I can ask of the applicant?
I'm not sure what the question is. It's obviously we're getting into some legal
Kuzak Road.
conclusions here.
He's talking about Kuzak Road.
What about Kuzik?
This board is not bound to that provision in the settlement closing Kuzik, is it?
No, the way it is.
That's why I want. to
Yeah,
know.
and I just want to clarify, I think Mr. Anderson did explain it. I believe the chairman even referenced it in his opening comments. The site plan that is right before the board now as filed has Kuzik open along with Warner Road as a means to access the site. The applicant has asked for the granting of what under the RSIS standards, the residential site improvement standards, a de minimis exception that would permit the closure of Kuzik to regular traffic and allow it to serve as an emergency access only.
I understand. I appreciate that. Thank you. Now, if you would turn, Mr. Anderson, to the top of the, I believe, is that north, the top of the map? Is that intended to be north? I can't tell from here.
It would be north to the top of the sheet, correct?
Thank you. So if you turn to the right-hand corner of the northern part of the map, Warner Road goes right up to Howell. Is that correct?
Right up a hollow?
Well, no. In other words, you mentioned there's a second exit that's gated for emergency
Okay.
use. What street is that?
There's a secondary exit to Howell.
To Howell. Okay.
Yes,
Now, that will also be closed except for emergencies, correct?
that's correct.
What study or survey or research has the applicant done with respect to the utility of the roads past the gate in terms of accepting emergency traffic and emergency trucks and vehicles?
There's been no additional studies. This is part of the concept plan that is part of the settlement agreement, that we would have another access point there for use in emergencies only.
My question was, what studies have been done with respect to the carrying capacity of the roads past the gate for the purposes of accepting and facilitating the movement of emergency vehicles, fire trucks, and the like? What study of that nature has been done?
You're asking whether the roads have the capacity to, the pavement can handle the traversing of a fire truck? Is that what you're asking me?
I asked what study has been done to determine whether the road past the gate and the network of roads past that gate are suitable and capable of adequately accepting the emergency truck traffic.
I am not aware of any study. I did not do a study myself.
I couldn't hear the last part.
I did not do a study myself.
And you're not aware of any such study.
That's correct.
Thank you. On the zoning schedule slide, there's a reference to designed into hillside. What do you mean by that reference?
Well. Moment. Could you zoom, please?
If you would go to the zoning schedule page.
I'm trying to show you what I mean by that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
With a pictorial view. So, for example, building B is here. This is uphill going downhill. And we built this, building into the slope where the back of this parking lot is almost at grade at the curb line. And then we cut into the slope, and then at the back of this building, the existing grade is very close to where the finished floor of the building is. That's building the building into the slope.
Okay, that's what you're referring to.
That is what I was referring to, correct?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Did you do any balloon tests to determine height viewpoints, sight lines, things of that nature from any adjoining areas?
We did not. There was a discussion of a balloon test. We had difficulty getting balloons through the dense trees. And, as an alternate, we met with representatives of the condo association who was requesting the balloon test so that they could see where the building was proposed, what their visibility of the building would be. And after meeting with them on site and realizing that they could not see any portion of their development from where the building was, they dropped their concern. After that, the settlement agreement was signed by those same representatives or that organization.
The answer is no balloon study was done.
That is correct.
I believe for the record, Mr. Anderson did testify that one was attempted, but the conditions did not allow it to occur.
Well, Mr. Anderson, what you meant was the tree canopy is so dense that you couldn't get any balloons through it. Isn't that correct?
That is one of the impediments, yes.
That speaks to a very mature set of woods that you're going to destroy for this project. Isn't that correct?
Guys, okay.
Chairman
Thank
Bagoff,
you.
I believe the settlement agreement does speak for itself. The quality of the forest at the time the settlement agreement was entered into was vetted by the township's professionals, which is why that language wound up in the settlement agreement. I just want to state that for the record.
I think the witness really could handle this himself, but the woods is a mature, dense woods that will be destroyed by by these buildings. Isn't that correct?
There will be 27.85 acres of tree removal, yes.
25 acres or 27
27.
acres?
27.85 acres.
27.85 acres of trees will be removed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What percent of the tree cover on the existing conditions does that represent?
%.
So approximately 1/4 of the trees on this property will be destroyed. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Now, I'd like to review specifically the numbers of trees that will be physically removed. I want to clarify this issue. How many trees will actually be removed under this plan?
Chairman, this was already testified to. It was in Mr. Anderson's presentation. We comply with the tree ordinance. So I don't mind Mr. Affron having some leeway, but this has already been testified to.
I'm not sure my cross-examination is limited to what the witness said on direct.
Well, Mr. Affron, the testimony has been provided already, and you really have no foundation for an additional question. So
Well, I
this is-
certainly do.
this has been heard about 4 or 5 times, how many trees were being removed.
Well, I certainly do have a foundation. I'll go further.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Go quickly, please.
What is the definition of tree that is being used to reach this total of approximately 5,000 something trees that you said would be removed? How are you defining tree?
The trees were defined previously in terms of what the tree was acreage per acre. So there was counts done by I believe the municipality with regard to how many trees per acre we would have on average here. It was not based on a specific diameter of a tree, type of a tree, or condition of a tree. So it was 212 trees per acre, and that's the number that we used.
Well, are these mature trees? Are they 6-inch minimum trees? What is the actual data point that supports the number of trees you calculate will be removed?
The data point that was determined by the town is unknown. I don't know what their standard was. It is likely to be something of the order of 6 inches and above, but I don't have that actual fact. It was determined and given to the applicant to use.
Well, saplings, for example, are very numerous in any wooded area, and yet they're usually much less than 6 inches. Would you agree with that general statement?
Yes, I would.
So how many saplings are going to be removed that are below this 4 to 6 inch diameter width?
I do not have an answer for that.
In other words, the number of trees you've given are based on some minimum diameter of 4 to 6 inches, but you're unable to tell us how many thousands of other trees will be destroyed. Is that correct?
We only have the formula that was given to us in the settlement agreement and in the ordinance of 212 per acre of trees that could be relied on. It was not a site-specific study that we went out and counted every tree out there. So we don't have the information that you're looking for in terms of how many saplings and so forth.
So no one actually knows how many trees are actually going to be removed. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to renew my objection. These numbers are set forth in the settlement agreement and the ordinance. This is the planning board, for all the power that it has. Its job is to not revisit or relitigate or renegotiate that agreement or ordinance.
Wait. I don't think he's renegotiating. He's asking what the methodology was to get to that number, which is, I think that's a fair question.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
if
Chairman.
there is no methodology, then there's no methodology. That's the answer, but you guys will have to provide that.
Do you have any further information you can provide in answer to these questions?
No.
Has any examination been undertaken with respect to other animal species whose movement will be limited by the deer fences?
I have not undertaken any such study.
Are you aware of any?
I am not.
Has your client or you, in connection with your client, consulted with any experts to determine whether the placement of the deer fences will have an adverse effect on the movement of other fauna aside from deer?
I am not aware of any such inquiry.
Has any environmental impact statement been done in connection with this project?
It has not been required.
That's not what I asked you. I simply asked if it's
Not
been
been-
done.
It's not been done as part of this application.
Has any ecological study of any kind been done as part of this application?
There's environmental studies done with regard to the wetlands application.
I'm sorry, you'll just have to speak up.
There's environmental studies done as part of the wetlands application.
Aside from what you've submitted to DEP, Have any other ecological studies been done?
No, I am not aware of any other studies.
Now, is there a credit built into the formula under which a certain number of shrubs for replanting are equal to one tree?
No,
There's no credit in which a certain number of shrubs will allow you to avoid planting a full tree?
not that I've seen. We have shrubs and that are not included in our tree count.
So you say you're going to actually physically plant 279 actual trees?
Actual trees and 1,013 native shrubs.
And how many shrubs will be removed that are in the woods at this time as a result of this project?
I do not know.
Has there any survey been done as to the age of trees that are to be removed?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you done any study as to the presence of vernal ponds or vernal, strike that. Have you done any study as to the presence of vernal ponds on this site?
The wetland scientist for this project has studied it in its entirety. And if they had found vernal ponds, they would have showed up on the letter of interpretation that was granted by the DEP.
Are you able to answer that question yourself sitting here?
I did not do the study.
And if I asked you about vernal habitat in area of disturbance, would you be able to address that issue?
Could you restate that, please?
If I asked you about the presence of vernal habitat in areas of disturbance for this project, would you be able to address that
Yes,
question?
there's no vernal habitat that's been identified within the limit of disturbance.
Is there any vernal habitat that's been identified on the site outside the limits of disturbance?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't recall it in the LOI.
So you're basing that on your recollection of the LOI, is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Several members asked about the movement of fire trucks and other types of emergency vehicles, if you recall. What actual tests did you do to determine the efficacy of these plans with respect to the movement of such emergency vehicles, particularly fire trucks?
I use a program called Auto Turn that places a fire truck, a vehicle the size of a fire truck and basically routes it through the street network to see if it stays within the curb lines.
Did you do that analysis for the movement of trucks past the Howell Gate
Yes, I did.
on the actual layout of streets beyond Howell?
Just for the initial portion.
The initial portion is where? Please point to that.
Zoom, please.
I'm sorry, you pointed.
So right up here. So we see it coming into the cul-de-sac and it gets down to here just before the first intersection.
Right, so aside from that small stretch just above the northern limit of the site, did you do any actual study beyond that point?
Study has not extended past that point.
I couldn't quite hear you, I'm sorry.
The study has not extended past that point.
Thank you. Did you contact the fire chief?
No,
So when you say the fire chief hasn't gotten back to you, it's fair to say you never asked the fire chief about his viewpoint or her viewpoint on these plans.
what I said was it's typical to get a review letter from the police department and fire chief outlining any concerns that they have. And I have not seen that review letter come. It is not that I requested a meeting and was rebuffed or anything like that. I expected a review letter based on our submittal.
Why didn't you call and say, where's your review letter?
We got review letters just this past week. We submitted these latest set of drawings just a few weeks ago, and it's a fast turnaround. They might not have had a chance to get there, get to that review. So yeah, it's not something, I was giving them more time.
Now,
Now,
we certainly welcome the input of the fire department. We certainly welcome the input of the fire department, and we would look forward to any review letter that may be forthcoming.
you might want to give them a call. Why haven't you spoken with the Joint Commission?
Because it's, you typically apply for a sewer extension permit after municipal approval, at which point we get approval of the conveyance system, and then we get approval of the sewer gallonage. It is not something you do prior to this, prior to the approval.
You say it's not something you do prior to the approval, but there's no rule, regulation, or statute that requires it to be done in this chronology, is there?
You can't process the permit without a municipal approval.
You can't even consult to find out the actual statistics on the carrying capacity before this body meets?
The carrying capacity,
Or
or
what is it you need to know from the Joint Commission that you haven't found out yet?
you need to know whether they have sufficient gallonage of treatment gallonage available at the sewer treatment plant.
Okay, well, it's carrying capacity. So why don't you find that information out before you've come here?
As I had mentioned, the sequence is done after this approval.
Well, who says the sequence is done that way? You or some rule, statute, or regulation?
You can't file the application until after the approval. So I do not personally file applications or garner this unless there's a sewer ban on the application. There's no sewer ban with joint meeting. So there's very likely to be gallonage available, but we have to get through this phase first, then the phase of getting the conveyance system approved, and then the treatment works
You
approved
said you had a verbal discussion, didn't you?
with the municipal engineer.
Why didn't you put down, well, strike that. Did you ask questions of the engineer or did you present information to the engineer in that verbal discussion?
We discussed the type of gallonage that we would have with this property, and we discussed where we were discharging it to and their concerns about where we were discharging it to and potential solutions to that.
So you can't answer those questions at this time because you haven't yet spoken to the Joint Commission. Is that fair to say?
The Joint Commission has nothing to do with conveyance. They have to do with the treatment capacity of the sewage effluent.
Okay, so these are separate issues.
It's a separate issue, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Have you done any analysis as to the present natural drainage and movement of water across this site under existing conditions in terms of how water reaches the wetlands and other water courses on the property?
We have done a drainage analysis of the existing condition, yes.
And have you made a comparison of the change in the movement of water to the wetlands under existing conditions compared to after construction?
Well, we have designed systems that mimic the existing conditions. So instead of having one large detention basin at the base of the hill and draining the wetlands, we have,
Mr. Anderson.
I'm sorry,
That's okay.
we have basins throughout the site, including, say, for example, a porous pavement system that is located up in this area here that recharges into the ground and will feed by groundwater flow this wetland system here. So that is similar to what is done in existing conditions.
That's at building D where you were just pointing.
That is yes, that's the example I have for building D, correct?
Well, what about the rest of the structures? What impact are they going to have on the natural movement of water that presently exists in connection with the wetlands?
Well, we tried to discharge water to the ground and let me see if I can find a better place. Wrong way. All right, so for example, we have porous pavement in this area here where it's dark, there. So in each of these locations where you have the darker color, those are porous pavement systems. They recharge water from the pavement through the porous pavement, also water from the roofs that would typically have flowed naturally down towards the wetlands here or down towards this wetlands here, and it recharges it into the ground. And therefore, the groundwater flow will go back and feed these natural systems. And this is the preferred methodology that the DEP wants, with multiple locations of stormwater management throughout the site.
Well, that's a groundwater recharge, isn't that correct?
Yes,
That's not for the purpose of making certain that the wetlands are not deprived of the normal water flow they receive under existing conditions.
they receive water from underground, from groundwater flow, as well as surface flow.
Have you made a study of what losses from surface flow will be experienced by the wetlands after construction?
Not by the wetlands per se, but by the site itself. The groundwater recharge to this entire site equals or exceeds what is recharged to the ground under current conditions. So there will be ample water recharging these areas after we're done.
Have you made a study as to what percent of surface water flow to the wetlands will be lost after construction?
I haven't looked at it in that regard, no.
Okay, thank you. That's all I was asking. Your application to DEP was pulled the first time, wasn't it?
I'm going to object to this regard. This
sorry.
is about a pending DEP application.
No, it's
and
not.
that's outside the purview of this board.
It's not, and I'll explain why. It relates directly to many of the questions board members made with respect to the 2021 standards versus the new standards.
One moment.
So I didn't hear the first part of the
Oh,
question.
It relates to the issue board members raised as to whether the 21 standards apply and whether possibly the later standards apply.
The testimony was that the 21 standards apply.
I know what the testimony was, but my question,
What are the standards versus?
No, that's not my question.
What is it?
I simply asked, did you pull your DEP application at any point?
Did you pull your DEP application at any point?
And the answer was yes. And I was going to go further.
So was the answer yes? Is that what the answer was? That you pulled your DEP
Yes,
application?
the answer is
So
yes.
then the next question was,
When did you refile it?
It's just a few weeks ago. I don't have the exact date.
So you're no longer under the 2021 rules because you pulled your application and you refiled it in 2024. Isn't that correct?
That's not the case. We have
Okay, so-
verified.
this is not the purview of the planning board. I understand what the point you're making. However, the planning board can't rule on something like that.
Well, I'm not asking the board to rule on it, but board members had many questions
Okay.
concerning what standards would apply. And it was raised by board members, and now I'm trying to identify the fact that there's a significant question different from what was stated earlier.
Whatever the standard is, the legal timing, I understand what you're saying is whatever time the old law was in effect versus whenever, what would be applicable. we're not here to decide that. at
Well,
this
with
point.
respect, with
I
with great
think,
respect, though, board members asked specifically about the
understand.
100-year storm and what standards apply for that analysis. Under the new regulations, there's a requirement of future storm trend analysis. That was not done. And so that's the next question I have.
okay, so
Just for the record, Ms. McGovern and Chairman Bagoff.
Mr. Blocker, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's clear and it's been stipulated too, there are old stormwater regulations and there are new ones. Mr.
Blocker,
Ander-
could you speak up a little
Mi-
bit?
mi-
Okay.
Thank you. It was made clear by Mr. Anderson and everybody here that there are new stormwater regulations and there are old ones to refer to it very colloquially. Mr. Anderson testified that despite the refiling or amendment or whatever we want to call it a few weeks ago, he believes that the old regulations still apply. As Ms. McGovern said, that is a DEP issue. They're in Trenton and I'm sure they are more than happy to deal with you on that information, but Mr. Anderson's testimony was his testimony.
Well, the question is very simple. If it was pulled and then refiled under the new rules, as an engineer, isn't it fair that you can answer the question whether or not it's governed under the new rules, not the old one?
We have a letter from the DEP saying the old rules govern.
What's the date of that letter?
I don't have the letter in front of me. I can't tell you the date.
Was that issued before you pulled it or after?
After.
Can you supply that letter?
It would be public record. I don't know if we have it here tonight. I don't know. but
I
it's
didn't
Definitely
tonight.
part of a public record.
Well, it relates
Mr.
to
Apple,
questions.
At the end of the day, they're gonna have to apply to whatever the DEP, whichever it's 2021 or 2024, whatever the rules are, they're gonna have to apply. So the board, whether it has that information or not at this moment, we can condition the application on applying to the appropriate DEP standards.
I
And they
accept
will,
that.
and they will then have to, if it's the new standards, provide new studies to the township. Is-
I've gone as far as I need to on the issue, so I respect that. Thank you.
Okay, good. Let's move on. Mr. Afrin, it is a little after 9. If it's okay, I'd like to take a 10-minute bio break.
That'll give me time to wrap up after. Yes, I'll be able to consult my notes anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody, listen, ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 bathrooms out here. Take your time, sit here, relax. 10 minutes. We'll be back on the record. Thank you very much.
How many people are still on this? We are back live.
9:20 back on the record. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Afrin, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I am pleased to say that I've concluded my cross-examination.
Thank you, sir.
I thank Mr. Anderson and Mr. Plucker. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next part of the meeting is the public may come up and ask questions. And I will ask this. If somebody comes up and asks a question, everybody else doesn't have to ask the same question. Please listen to the answers. The goal is that the board hears the questions and then gets the answers from the applicant. Okay? So one at a time, raise your hand, be identified. Start right in, I'm sorry, Mr. Afrin.
I just wanted to note that my client's board members, we've discussed this with Ms. McGovern, are not going to be asking direct questions of the witnesses, but if they have anything to say, they'll reserve that for public comment. So if any of my client board members are listening, please don't come up for questions at this time.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Cardoza has a question. One more member of the board, Mr.
I'd just like
Cardoza.
to make sure we clarify the distinction between.
Speak up. That's-
I'd just like for you to clarify for the public the distinction between public questions and comment, and that
Okay.
they'll have the opportunity to comment later.
Yes. So, good question. So there's two parts of the application in the public venue. The public can come up and as an expert testifies under oath, you may ask questions about their testimony directly. You may ask a question that seems to be slightly off of their testimony. It will be up to them and their attorney to decide if they have the expertise or knowledge to answer that question. If the answer is no, we'll ask you to move on. Okay? So basically, you're going to ask a question: if, when, why, what, how, where. If you start with testimony, I'm going to ask you to stop, rethink. This is like Jeopardy. So I'm going to ask you to stop and rethink the question and then propose it as a question, because that's the way the process works. We want you to ask questions that will provide answers that make sense to you. Or if you have other questions, we will get those out also. We're going to give you a 3-minute time limit, and that people can go again if there's enough time or people don't ask questions. Comments are at the end of the application. You may say what is on your mind about the project, whatever is on your mind. But the question period, which we have now, is to ask a question of the person who has just testified, and then that person will answer, or the attorney will say they don't have the understanding, knowledge, or expertise to answer that question, is not in their testimony, and somebody else may answer that question. Okay, so under those rules, we're going to ask you to come up. We're going to do this in a civil manner. Sir, in the middle, would you come up, please? And you're up. State your name for the record, please. And your ask.
Chris Castano.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear it all right?
Yes, sir.
Could he just spell his last name,
Could you
please?
spell your last
I
name,
can,
sir?
since I was a kid. Castano. So, Mr. Anderson, you testified that there would be no impact on any of the neighboring towns in terms of the water runoff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But I believe you also testified that you would be releasing water into the Canoe Brook.
That's correct.
And do you know where the Canoe Brook flows?
The point of analysis that we use is at the property line where it leaves, where the Canoe Brook leaves site. So we have a reduction in the rate of discharge at our point of analysis. And therefore, there's less water in the stream for the 100-year storm, as I indicate before, 80% of the rate that pre-development rate. So it's not going to overtop the banks of the stream because of excessive flows from this project downstream from our point of analysis.
And did I understand that you said that there would be filters put in place for water that's running off from all of the hardscape, even if it's porous? You said they're putting it before it's being released into the Canoe Brook?
Yes, for that system itself being a large-scale detention basin, there is filtration systems that are approved by the DEP for 80% suspended solid removal that filters the water prior to discharging it through the drainage system down to the basin.
And it filters out all contaminants like oils and other kinds of discharges?
80% of all suspended solids is removed from the stormwater.
suspended solids, meaning like leaves and things like that, but
Yeah,
not,
and
but not necessarily.
it gets oils and other things too. It meets the DEP standard.
And how long did you have in your plans a period of time in which you're going to maintain that filter system?
It has to come with an annual maintenance plan that is filed with the county. It's fairly standard operations for this. So upon approval, we file a maintenance plan for every stormwater management device on the property. And then it runs with the land and the ownership of the land. They're obligated to maintain it every year.
So they being the owners of the conduit.
Whoever is the owner at that time, correct?
Now, did you speak with Caldwell, North Caldwell, Essex Fells, Roseland, Livingston, Milburn Short Hills, and Summit, which all get their water from wells that are fed into it by the Canoe Brook and part of that aquifer before any of this testing?
I did not.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Come right up. State your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Sure. Is it on? Kevin Coyne, Coyne.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for the time. Just if I could refer to, are you ready or? Building D, which I believe is the most eastern facing building.
Mr. Fagan, can you put up the
I think it's
map again, please?
on one side, there's a wall, and then the other side, it's right against the ridge line. Is it standard practice for an emergency vehicle to get around all parts of a vehicle, all parts of a building in case one side of the facade is engulfed in flames where you would need to access the other side?
That depends on how the fire chief is going to fight the fire. It will be a sprinkler building. So it may not be need to be accessed from all four sides. But there is level areas where they can drive around. They certainly can drag hose around to the opposite side of the building.
Have you done through your fire truck software that you referenced earlier? Have you done that test to see if your fire truck can in fact proceed up the incline and go in the back?
It's not going to go up the incline that is to the east of that building. It's just, it's more of dragging hoses and relying, thank you. It's more dragging hoses and relying on from this point here around like to this point and going from this parking lot here up and around here, dragging hoses to the back of the building if they need to fight from that side.
And how many stories is that building?
4 stories over the parking story.
And is it common practice for a town to have a ladder system that can service the height of those systems in that town in case people need to evacuate from a window?
It is, I believe that the height of the building was thought out prior as part of the settlement agreement based on the firefighting equipment that was available.
So
in
that
this
ladder
community.
should be able to go in the back if need be for evacuation. Is that fair?
Or to the front. Yeah, I'm not, this is a question we will meet with the fire chief and ask him how we'll fight this fire.
Thank you. Just turning to one other topic of the water runoff. Can you define what 100-year water is, maybe in terms of inches per year or what?
So it's basically a storm that happens on a probability of once every 100 years. For each area of the country, that rainfall intensity varies. In this area of the country, it's I think for this site, it's probably around 8.5 inches of rainfall over a 24-hour period.
And how many have we had in the last 10 or 20 years?
I'm not aware of the exact number.
When you've used the term average conditions, I believe in some of your reference to rainfall. When you do your studies in terms of the capacity of your runoff system, are you using an average, let's say a 50 percentile, so not the 100-year average, or you said you're using 80% of the 100-year average, is that correct?
No, I think you misunderstood that testimony. So if we have a certain volume of water coming in during the existing conditions or leaving the site, say going to the Canoe Brook, as you were asking, that volume times 0.8 is what I'm permitted to put back in there later. So it's 80% of what the total discharge rate would be at that discharge point. So I have to reduce the flow based on, it's not 80% of the water, it's 80% of the total discharge rate. Also, they make you do, there's standards also where you can assume that, say, the forest is woods in good condition. And that is not the case here, but we have to assume that anyway.
Just for
In
sake of
terms
time,
of-
I'm just gonna squeeze one more question in unless I have the liberty to
Go
finish.
ahead.
Or if you want to finish your.
No, you got your run out of time, I'm sure. So go ahead.
So just if you could explain to us the way any system works. I know it's like New York's runoff systems like this, where there is overflow, where overflow gates open and allow for runoff because a system can't handle it. If we get rainfall that is in excess of the capacity of your system, where does that water go?
The water goes through the detention basins and there's overflows in the detention basins that discharge into the discharge pipes that go out to the, say, for example, we have a discharge pipe at this point here that goes into the culvert. We have one that discharges here and one that discharges here. We also have one here and here.
And that,
So
that
what-
discharge is untreated, correct?
Well, that discharge is, treatment is required for the 2-year storm or the water quality storm, not for the 100-year storm. So the water quality storm is a 1.25 inches of rainfall, not the 8.5 or more that you would see on a 100-year storm. So after the first flush is through, the water quality requirement is gone. You would have a controlled discharge through an outlet structure and a pipe to a stabilized discharge point.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Your hand raised. Then come up.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, you want me to keep the map up or you want me to put the timer up?
Please
Okay.
keep it up.
I will keep the timer on stopwatch.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Okay,
answer for
go
you.
ahead.
I have questions about this though.
Okay.
That you have the dark green areas, right, which are the fenced in.
I think they want you to give the name.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
sir, excuse me. Can we have your name, please, and spell your last name?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Misarti, Misarti.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I live on Mayfair Drive, right near this. But so my question, here's my question.
Walk into the microphone, sir, so we can hear you. Thank you.
Can I hold it?
Yes.
Hello. Okay. So the dark green inside the deer fence, then the medium green, I have a question about. And then the light green, the yellowish green, you said is like the trees that are going to be cut down. Is that correct? You said like the area of disturbance?
So the area that is dark, as you indicated, is the area where there's going to be deer fencing, where you will have undergrowth, understory regrowth over time. The area that is the medium green is areas that is not cleared. That's a natural woodland that you see today without any deer fence protection, and you'll probably get some overbrowsing of the understory as it is today. And then the light green is the area where we have cleared so that we can do the construction of the buildings, and we've replanted grass and landscaping associated with the project.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what I thought you said. So my question really is, you're showing the area of clearing of being like right against the road, right against the buildings. Like, if you have like a 4-story building, 50, 60 feet high building, it doesn't seem like, it seems like you'd have to clear further than like 2 or 3 feet from the building. Like, are you showing here that the trees are like going to be right against the building?
There's some clearing beyond that point. But we will clear very close to the building at some points. In some places, it's further away.
Okay, so I have just 2 more questions. One is about that ridge line. You pointed out that on the right side, the one line is the deer fence. Then that second line that goes up and down, that's the line of the ridge. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and is it, do you think it's possible to build that close right up to the ridge?
I do.
Yeah, you do. Okay, good. And I have one last question. The deer fence, like, are you thinking the deer are gonna be like, number one, I guess, where would they go? Or are they trapped inside when you put the fence up?
Believe we would have them leave the fenced in area.
You would
And
leave.
and they would be in the surrounding areas. So we have 33 acres, I believe, of deer fence. We have just under 30 acres of developed area. And we have the remainder, which is approximately 60 acres left over on site. So there's still a lot of space for them to go around.
But they're not trapped inside. They're
not trapped inside.
okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next person in line, please come up.
Oh.
Thank you. Come right up. State your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
My name is Donald Ershow, Ershow.
Thank you.
I'm a resident of Roseland. I grew up in West Orange. I love this town. And I have several questions that are overall related to noise and environmental and flooding. I live off of Eagle Rock Avenue. You don't, unless I'm mistaken, you don't have a map that is any broader than what you've provided, correct?
That's correct. This application this evening is for the on-site work not associated with the signalized intersection that is part of the agreement.
Okay.
Yes, it can. So this is for the on-site application, not for the off-site work, which is a signalized intersection on Eagle Rock Avenue.
Okay. For perspective, the community that I represent, because I'm the president of my homeowners association, it is located across Eagle Rock Avenue, a little bit west of the entrance to the Pleasantdale Chateau. It's called the Home Hill Association. And as the crow flies, it's about a half a mile, maybe 6/10 of a mile from where the Pleasantdale Chateau entrance is.
Right.
So, from a blasting perspective, noise would matter to us, but that's not unique for us. But I'm mostly concerned with the flooding issue, because you made a statement earlier, the water isn't going to affect anybody south.
Right.
In our community of the people that I represent, about a dozen of the homes in my community, their backyards are along the Canoe Brook. There are, and I will misstate it, is it 6,000 trees, actual trees? Irrespective of how we've counted them.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to ask a question.
That are there, and they flood. Those homes flood. So you said they don't flood down there, that water isn't going to be affected and my community floods.
So
I want you to address what you said.
So what I said was that we are reducing the flow from this project site. You have trees on site that do have some mitigating factor to discharge of stormwater. But we have stormwater management basins associated with it to take the place of that and to go beyond the capacity of what the natural capacity is. So we anticipate that the discharge rate is less than what it is under existing conditions. So it will not worsen the conditions of your membership's properties.
And then all of that water is then going to go where?
The water that is in the Canoe Brook tributary area or Canoe Brook drainage basin will be reduced, and it goes to the same place that it always goes, to the Canoe Brook.
So all the water is going to go into the ground, your basins, and go back into the Canoe Brook.
It will, yes, we're not denying the Canoe Brook the natural runoff that it has. We're controlling the rate of the discharge.
Okay,
To the
now
Canoe Brook.
during the blasting, okay, so I'm not going to dispute your testimony or whatever scientific factors.
Ask a question,
Okay.
please.
Now, with the blasting, did I hear you correctly that you're going to mitigate, or during the construction, 80%? Did I hear that correctly, or what was the filtration? Could you please
Oh,
repeat it so that I
that's-
have that correctly?
Does not have to do with blasting. It has to do with stormwater management, water quality or stormwater management, where you take 80% of the suspended solids out of the stormwater runoff.
And then you let them go.
And then it goes to the detention basin for control of the rate of discharge.
So the other 20% of whatever goes into the Canoe Brook.
Well, it's 20% that goes to the basin and some is filtered out in the basin also. But the obligation of the statute is to remove 80% of suspended solids.
So the 20% of whatever the construction,
It's not construction,
Disturbance?
it's just regular everyday what is on the roadways.
of the disturbance.
Yeah.
Is that, I'm a layman, I don't,
But these systems exist after construction is over.
okay. So if people are swimming in the Canoe Brook, is there anything that changes?
Sir, I
That
don't
I
think
need to advise them.
Sir, he didn't testify to swimming in Canoe Brook. I'm going to ask you to come back.
I just want to know whether I have to tell my homeowners
You don't know yet.
that anything's gonna change, because they currently have
Right.
have rights,
Yes.
water
Yeah.
rights to swim in the Canoe Brook in their backyard.
Sir.
And if
Yeah.
during this process, anything's gonna change.
We don't know yet. We're going to have to come back for more questions.
Okay.
But thank you very much.
Nancy Meyerowitz, Meyerowitz. We live on Howell Drive below the cul-de-sac at the top. A couple of questions. One, on construction, how long will the construction project take? Will all the buildings be built at once? And did I hear you correctly? You have no idea how much blasting we will have to live through?
There will, I'm sure some rock removal, some may be by blasting. I don't know exactly how much. It depends on the methods the contractor chooses to do and the consistency of the rock that they find once they start getting into it. The applicant has a lot of experience doing work with removal of rock, so they're experienced in doing this. In
But the
terms
whole
of the,
project and from beginning to end will be how long, and will the
I
buildings
don't
be
know.
done at once or?
I don't
one
know
at
if
a
it's, I think it's going, the buildings will be phased. And so they'll build one building at a time, or maybe, or start and you have a couple going at the same time, but I don't know the exact phasing plan at this point.
The last question, you said there was a need for a balloon study on the other side of development with only 100 feet buffer by Howell Drive. Do you know for a fact that the houses on Howell Drive won't be able to see the building up above?
You may see some, but there'll be an exhibit, the architectural testimony. They'll show some of the viewports of what you can see from below down to the east up to the building on building D. So that might be
there's no
more.
balloon study planned for Howell Drive. Or No
There's-
balloon study planned.
No,
for-
there's no. The balloon study was a feasibility location type of study that was recommended during the court proceedings or during the negotiations. And we got past that and the agreement was signed by all the parties.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, come up. State your name, please, and spell it for the record.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Frank Gerard Godlewski. I live at 249 Runnymede Road in Essex Fells. my house is on the State and National Registry of Historic Sites. It's designed by Edward Bowser Jr. of
Could you
East.
speak up a little bit, sir? The people in the back can't hear you. Thank you.
Can you hear with this?
Okay.
I'm from Essex Fells, and my home is by Edward Bowser Jr. of East Orange. It's on the State and National Registry of Historic Sites in the United States. And that's designated by the DEP, and I'm working with them on all of the different aspects of the landmarking to preserve the house and leave it to public use. It's a lot of work, as you can imagine, and I live alone. So my mother's deceased. We lived.
Thank you, sir. Can you ask a question? Remember?
Yes, two questions. All right. I'm gonna, in public comments, describe all about the flooding and the trees falling because of Pine Brook that crosses my.
And the question is, sir? The question is?
Do you have studies showing about the water that impacts from Canoe Brook? There's water that comes down into Pine Brook. My property's flooding, and do you have studies within the studies that you're performing about Canoe Brook? Are you aware of the DEP findings of the water that goes to Pine Brook?
I'm not aware of the DEP studies that go to Pine Brook. I'm really just, my testimony has been that I'm not increasing the discharge. I'm actually reducing the discharge.
You're not, no, I heard
Right,
that.
so I'm
Right.
reducing the discharge. So if there's any contributory factor from this property to that flow that you're concerned about, it will be reduced.
Thank you. The second question is about the light pollution, which is one of the most important factors in our territory, because you're going to see that all the way from Parsippany at night. It's going to be all the parking lots, all the parking lights.
And the question is, sir?
Do you have studies about the light pollution that your project will be causing and impacting us in Essex Fells all the way down to Parsippany?
So we have a lighting plan that I believe meets the standards for lighting intensity and is dark star compliant. So it cuts down on light pollution. So with all LED fixtures. So it is energy efficient and it should not create the light pollution that you're concerned with.
Okay.
Okay.
So you do not have studies about the view shed? You understand what a view shed is?
Yeah.
Right. It affects real estate values.
Question, sir?
So you do not have a view shed.
I have the lighting analysis that's required by this board.
Thank you, sir.
GERARD and then GODLEWSKI. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. State your name and spell your last name, please.
Dave Fresky, F as in Frank, R-E-S as in Sam, C-H-I, Verona. So the estimation for the cars, for residents' cars is around 1,000, right? And then if you add on Ubers and delivery trucks, Amazon and UPS and whatnot, you could, I think, easily add probably a few more, a couple more hundred cars a day. So 1,000, significantly over 1,000 vehicles on and off the site. So my question is, with Cusick and Howell being closed only to emergency traffic, what would it take to overturn that, right? And to open up Howell and Cusick to traffic when it potentially we encounter that this one road and the proposed solution or the proposed plan now isn't just tenable in the future. What would it take to overturn that?
So no, number one, we'll hear some traffic testimony later in this application from the traffic engineer who can go over traffic volumes. Sorry. We will hear traffic testimony from our traffic engineer later in this application. And they will go over the expected traffic at various times of day and so forth. And I will say, just with regard to your comment about opening up Howell, it was never envisioned to open up Howell to anything but emergency vehicles.
My question was, what would it take to open up Howell?
Well,
So maybe it's a question for the board or the township attorney. The question is, what would it take? Because if people understood that that's a possibility, then that would be.
Sir, it's a good question. That's not his testimony. So you may ask him a question about his testimony, or you may come back and see if one of the other experts provides testimony. But the board has heard you, and we'll discuss that in the future. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jean Stoloff. I live in Verona. And
Could you speak up a little bit, please,
my
ma'am?
name is Jean Stoloff. I live in Verona. And
And spell your last name, please.
Stoloff, like French fry.
Thank you.
So my question is, it's a little bit of a process. So I understand that Verona Township via Boswell Engineering sent a report to West Orange zoning with over 10 points of concern related to this proposal.
Ma'am. Mr. Anderson testified. As I said before, you may ask questions about his testimony.
Have you seen, I figured it's a good idea to give some reference. Have you seen the Boswell Engineering report that Verona Township submitted?
No, I have not.
What is the process? What is your knowledge of the process for you to receive that report?
I didn't know the report existed.
May I ask a question of
township
the-
has sent a report and they want to share it with the applicant, they could have shared it with the applicant.
May I ask a question of the planning board? What is the process for Verona?
The process would be that your engineer brings the report, presents the report in his direct testimony, and then he would be available to have questions asked by the applicant, the board, and the public.
So is that something they should do tomorrow night?
You can come whenever, and we'll have to see where that fits into the grand scheme of things.
Okay. Thank you. I do have a question specifically to the plant, to that green space on the bottom right quadrant. So if all of that is green space and there is a fire amongst that area, how is the fire department protecting the buildings?
You're talking about here?
A little to the left.
Here.
Yeah. If a fire starts there and it's heading towards those buildings, it's a way to the street before anyone can stop.
So if it's a forest fire out here in the woods, you have Bakley Terrace, which will have a line cleared. You have a path that comes where the sewer line is for the condo association that can get fire people in there. I don't know how they fight fires. It's not my job. But that's how they could also access it from our street here and do things that way. But I'm not sure how they would fight a forest fire.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I need this.
Use the microphone.
It goes out, ma'am, it
It's not understand.
it goes out on Zoom. We're very patient. Go right ahead. Ma'am, listen, I just focus for a second. Everybody stop talking, please.
Let's do this.
You have to speak into the mic because people on Zoom are listening. There's people out there listening to you. Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Thank you.
I was a land use planner.
Could you spell your name and say it, please?
Susan Small, like little. I was a land use planner in the 1970s in Rockaway Township. I was on the town council there. We went through the Rockaway Town Square Mall while I was on the council, and I was a representative to the planning board. And so I understand what all of you are going through.
My first, my first concern was, and listening to this whole presentation, that this is laughable.
Ma'am,
It's-
ma'am,
I will
no,
get to the point, please.
right now. Right now, starts as a question.
But you're not allowing real communication.
I'm communicating very well.
I am telling you that 966 units to just provide or
Ma'am,
meet municipal standards
Ma'am,
of 100
Ma'am,
affordable units.
ma'am,
is
listen,
Outrageous.
ma'am, it's not 960 units. You're wrong.
How many?
Ma'am, ask the man a question.
All right. How many units? I'm sorry, I must have misheard because it
400
wasn't easy to hear.
496 units, 966 parking spaces.
Okay. Do you know what Warner Road looks like?
Yes, I do.
No. 2 lanes,
Yeah.
and it's blocked at the end. It's a dead end.
Yes. I
Yes.
understand that.
400 units and 900 parking spaces, and you have apartments that are going to have 3 bedrooms, teenagers, younger children.
Ma'am,
I-
please, a question.
You're not going to be serving the community as a whole.
Ma'am, Ma'am,
The parking,
ma'am, I'm going to turn you off for a minute.
traffic is not bearable
Ma'am.
on Eagle Rock and
We're done.
on Warner.
We're done. Ma'am, you just gave me your bona fides. You should understand the respect you should have for the people in the room. They're not able to speak because you're testifying. This is a point of, listen to me, please. This is a point of the meeting where you ask a this is a point of the meeting where you ask a question, not testify. If you have a question, please go ahead and ask it. That's what this gentleman is here for. The people want to hear and the board wants to hear your question and his answer. If you want to testify, come back during public comment, please.
What is the purpose for this developer wanting to build these units on this land? It's a question. What's the purpose?
He didn't
testify.
Okay, ma'am, you told me who you are and what you do and what you did. You should understand the question is appropriate for what he testified to. Okay? Focus on what Mr. Anderson testified to, and please ask a question on his testimony. That's the way this works. You know
I'm
that.
asking him, what is the purpose of building 400 and some odd units on this property?
And if he didn't have the answer, then the answer is he doesn't have the answer, which is fine.
He can answer me honestly. Honesty trumps
Good.
everything else. No pun
Absolutely.
intended.
I don't have the answer. It's not a question about engineering,
You don't have an answer.
not an engineering question,
Uh,
not part of my testimony.
do you have any idea how much 100 affordable units can be supported by another 300 unaffordable units?
I don't have any knowledge of the business elements of apartment complexes.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of, have you visited and seen the road that leads in to the Highlands at this point and which will go further?
Yes, I have.
Yes. Do you have any knowledge of the number of vehicles in a unit like what you're building there that has apartments for 3 bedrooms, was it? 2 bedrooms and 1-bedroom apartments?
Ms. Small, he didn't testify to that. I'm going to stop that right there.
Okay.
There'll be a traffic engineer who will testify to that.
Okay.
Okay?
Did
Thank
you
you very
look
much.
at how the Highlands, which was built with 300 units, is parked up on the roads that are there now? Because that was built in the 1990s, I believe. I moved in 96, if I'm correct, and it was much less
Ma'am, you're testifying.
much more
Ma'am,
sparsely populated with cars then
Ma'am?
than now.
Ms. Small, We're done. Next, thank you. Come back and testify later on. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you, but put your interests beside and only look at your values.
Thank you, Ms. Small. Next. Come right up, please. Come up, ma'am. State your name and spell your last name, please.
Deborah Butensky, Butensky. I live in the Grand, which is south of your project. We also have flooding that exists now, but we also had a problem in December where we had a fire at the entry to the Grand.
Ma'am, question, please.
So the question is, are you aware of the ramifications of a fire that doesn't just involve one fire truck, but involves major fire companies coming from 4 towns and all the ancillary first responders? How is that going to be configured in this structured roadways that you've designed?
Well, you could have multiple trucks come to any of those buildings and they could line up in the street to fight the fire and other emergency vehicles. They all have the ability to pass through the streets. And if it's a fire emergency, they're not going to be worried about parking on the street. They're just going to park on the street where it's most convenient for them to fight the fire.
But is there enough surface area to get, let's say, 10 vehicles
Yeah,
plus
There's
first responders
thousands of feet of road.
and deal with the ramifications of the cars that can't get in or out because you
While
have
they're-
one access way? You've got now thousands of cars. There's 70 houses. When we had the one fire, it blocked off that little community for hours. And you had about 50 cars that couldn't get in and out because there are only 70 houses.
Ma'am, you're testifying. We're going to have a traffic engineer and the fire subcode official to evaluate this information. Everybody on the board and the record has heard this. It will be evaluated.
Okay, and next question is,
Absolutely.
you are talking about gating off the areas to the left and to the right, to the east and to the west with fencing.
Yes,
To allow the forest to grow.
that's correct.
On what basis do you feel that that is necessary?
This was done by environmental professionals who incorporated it into the settlement agreement and then into the ordinance. Because it was their opinion that the forest was in poor condition. There was no understory because of deer overbrowsing, and it was an unhealthy forest. They felt if you placed deer fencing around a significant portion of it, it would regenerate and you would have more saplings grow and more shrubs grow, and it would be a healthier forest scenario and be healthier for all animals.
So that particular study was done in 2020 or earlier, right? Because the settlement happened in March of 2020.
I don't
I'm
know the
gonna
timing of it,
respectfully
but
ask that
it's correct.
somebody review the forest and to evaluate whether that assessment of the health of the forest is accurate. Because that was done in 2020. We're now 4 years beyond that. And the question is, if that could be refuted by experts and we no longer have that fencing, what happens to your calculus regarding the tree replacement?
Well, it's fairly obvious that if deer fencing is not part of the equation, we are under the required tree replacement.
So is it possible to respectfully ask that that metric be evaluated? Meaning
No.
the need for the deer fencing a
We
priori.
have a legal agreement and an ordinance that specifies how we are to proceed. And we are proceeding in accordance with that legal document and that ordinance.
Right.
And so, I mean, this is what we have to rely on as an applicant. We have to meet that standard. And that's what we're
So I
doing.
guess my appeal is to the planning board to realize that that was done in 2020 and things have changed because we're now dealing with 4 years.
Ma'am, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Good evening, Seth Weissleder, spelled Weisledder. I'm a resident of West Orange and I live on Howell Drive. My question for you is, building D especially, how many units are in there?
Moment.
And my second part of the question, is that the largest building being built on the property? How many units are in building D? And is that the largest unit building being built on the property?
So we have 166 in combined building D1 and D2.
That's a combined building, correct?
Yeah, it's combined for D1 and D2.
Okay,
And C is smaller, B is smaller, A is smaller, and we're
so would you agree that all of the buildings in the middle, they're smallest, and the closest one to other houses that are already built and occupied is the largest one?
that is correct assessment.
Did you not say earlier in your test? Oh, by the way, how many parking spots are at the largest building?
We have 192 associated with D1 and 191 associated with D2.
So combined total 383?
Yeah.
And that also is the largest amount of parking closest to residents. So I believe in your testimony earlier.
But the majority of that parking is under the building.
Right, but you said there's a very nice buffer for everyone, but not equal. Would you agree to that?
It's not an equal buffer, no.
It's not a what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It is not an equal buffer. There's variable dimensions.
Right, so what is the purpose of putting the largest building closest to the residents and not in the middle away from the residents? Why couldn't we have one with 105 units closest to Howell Drive? This makes no sense. It's a puzzle. You put a puzzle together, is that correct? Based on what the property owner wanted.
This is what was negotiated as the concept plan that we pushed forward with from the years of negotiating this settlement.
So this exact plan that we're looking at today was the concept plan that was negotiated by the town of West Orange, the people of West Highlands, and the developer, correct?
Not this exact plan. This is an engineered plan and the building architecture has been refined.
So how big was building D when it was negotiated?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay, but now we're looking at a different plan, but you just said that this was already pre-negotiated. This was not pre-negotiated. Will we agree on that?
Its location and its approximate size.
Okay, so we're about 106 feet setback and about 120 feet according to scale closest to my home and the other homes on Howell Drive that are around the cul-de-sac, correct? Based on this visual drawing.
Based on this visual drawing, you have the lots from, I believe your house is. Let me. Hold on one moment, please.
That's okay.
I believe this is your home?
I'm not going to discuss my personal
but
home at a public hearing. Thank you.
All right.
Nor am I going to give my address out.
Sorry, that's okay.
I need police protection. Thank you, West Orange Police.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
Okay, do you want me to tell you where you live, please?
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's fine.
Okay, let's move on. Come
So
on,
it's
Hey,
260 feet to this property.
we're not asking for your address.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry?
It's 260 feet from the corner of the building down to this property here. It's 106 feet from here to this property line, and then you have the depth of this lot, which is
Your
approximately.
scale below says 120 feet, so how are you getting more than that? Something is not correct. Would you
120
agree?
feet, 120 feet per inch.
Oh, per inch. Okay, I'm not an engineer or a blueprint designer. Okay, so That's my one question. My other question is the deer fencing.
Yes.
How and what impact, if the study has been done, and how the construction is going to impact the downslope of putting in fencing and disturbing the soil and other issues of the forest? Installing fencing, how deep are those poles going to go? What is the materials? What is the structure? And how is that going to affect the steep slope? Because you are doing construction. Installing a fence is construction. Would we agree?
It is.
And that is it also considered development?
It's not by definition, and this is
Okay.
not part of this disturbed area. But it is only periodic fence posts, and
Are those permanent or they will be removed?
they're permanent fence posts.
Okay.
And
So in the last 4 years, have you personally walked through this forest?
in the last how many years?
4?
Yes,
Since the study was done?
Absolutely.
Would you agree that there is a lot of garbage and other debris that has destroyed this forest as well?
I would, yes.
Okay, so it's not just the deer, it's also the forest. So in order for the area of, would you agree that the area that is going to be fenced in needs to be cleaned up first so it can prosper according to this plan? Or are we just going to put up a fence around a bunch of garbage and other animals?
Well, I know the applicant cleans up various things, but there seems to be additional waste deposited there on a regular basis. And so, yes, I think they would, as installing deer fence, they would clean up the area of human debris that debris humans have left there. And
Thank you. And my last question is, I believe you said that those on Howell Drive might see some of the corner building of B where nobody else is going to see the other buildings. So is that true or false?
I think you, from that vantage point from the house I was pointing to, we would probably have to enhance the landscaping around that corner of the building a little bit more to provide additional buffering.
So that would include some additional trees that you are not already planned for?
That's correct.
Okay, so your testimony today is that you would add more coverage and more trees to prevent what you said, what seems we might see that corner of the building, correct?
They may, but you know, we have no objection to making modifications. We have review letters from the town engineer's office, from the environmental consultant's office, and regarding changing species and maybe potentially adding a tree here or there. And there's other circumstances like what you're describing that have come up now, and we're flexible with adding some additional landscape.
Okay, final question is, were the residents of Howell Drive consulted by your group of, as far as sightline balloon testing or other things like you did with, sorry, I can't remember with the community, with the other community on the other side?
I don't believe they were party to this, to the agreement, so.
Why not? I just wondered why,
I think
the
it's
folks in the
legal.
condo association were given the opportunity to have a balloon test or not, but the residents of Howell Drive, who's going to be closest to building D and have a stronger sight line, not be included in that discussion.
I think it's a legal issue in terms of who was included in the settlement agreement. It's not, it's not, certainly not an engineering issue that I've testified to. It's, the settlement agreement was between distinct parties, and that's all that was
Agreed.
included. It wasn't or based on engineering.
So would you be open to doing a sightline test or a balloon test on that side of the property?
Personally, it's not Mr. Anderson's decision. And two, we're going to rely on the settlement agreement and our ordinance.
We will rely on the settlement agreement. So I'll pass the baton to my next resident.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Maria De Palma, DE, capital PALMA.
Thank you.
I've been a resident of the West Essex Highlands since 1996.
Ma'am, mic up.
I've
Thank
been
you.
a resident of the West Essex Highlands since 1996. I'm an original owner. I love it there. I feel safe there. My question is, which I have many, during the process of this maybe construction for this site, how much machinery is going to be going in and out each day? And is the machinery going to be left on our premises? Because there's a lot of noise as it is now. And do we have to put up with this, I would say, for at least 4 to 5 years? And there's going to be a lot of clay dust. And I was told you won't be able to open up your windows because it will ruin the entirety of your home. So what is the plan for the machinery? Is it going to be left on our premises for you guys to do your construction until you get a place to put everything?
Right, so I'm not in charge of construction. I don't know how they're going to approach the job. It would not be, I do know that there's a coordination requirement with the association if there's any closure of roads or any disturbances. And- Okay. All right, so I don't know exactly the equipment they're going to use or the frequency they're going to use. It'll vary from time to time. I would imagine that any equipment that they have will be stored on their site, not on your site. And they're obligated to follow soil erosion and sediment control standards. If there's dust of the intensity you're talking about, it would be a violation of sediment control standards. And they would have to water the place to keep the dust down. So there's mechanisms in place to protect against some of the things you have. I don't have the answers to the construction questions.
I can attest that my window treatments were ruined by the red clay dust. I could attest to that.
Okay.
So, and that was way back. Also, bringing my daughter to school every day now and in prior years, I can say that there is an issue at times to get out of our complex with people leaving for work at the same time, kids going to school at several different times.
Ma'am, we're gonna have a traffic engineer, and Mr. Anderson is not a traffic engineer.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's gonna answer most of your questions, I
And
hope.
have my questions answered. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. State your name and spell your last name, please.
Jeremy Dudnoff, that's Doodnauth. I don't know if it was mentioned, but what is the duration of the project from when you break ground to when people actually move in?
I don't have an answer to that. It's a variable.
Estimate?
It's an uneducated estimate. It depends on how the contractor and the builder want to approach the job.
Okay. And the parameters of the traffic study were done just on this block that's highlighted on this map?
The traffic engineer will go over all how he scheduled what he did.
Okay.
in
Was
regards
it
the
brought
study.
to the board that Cusick and Warren all feed into one road? It all feeds into Oval. Everything goes to Oval.
Yes, and he will go over all the traffic
I just
engineer
want to know if it was
considerations.
brought to the attention of your map stops, but doesn't show where the major roadways are that go in and out of this complex.
Mhm.
Is it left out on purpose or did you just feel it was irrelevant?
This is not a traffic engineering study that considers the things that you're concerned about. This is a site construction plan. We have a traffic engineer who has studied independent of me all of those off-site intersections that are relevant, and he will go over that when it's his opportunity
Okay,
to testify.
You talked about the sewer being attached to Bakley Terrace.
Yeah.
I'm a resident of Bakley Terrace. And we've had several pipes that have broken in the last year, maybe 3 residents that had to replace their pipes. That goes from the house to the main that goes down the street. Has anybody talked to anybody of the residents there to see if that this can be handled by the existing system? Have I know your study isn't complete, but we already know that it's already taxing. Have you talked to anybody that lives on Bakley? Have you talked to any of the residents that still smell residual smell from the sewer? And what 500 units will do to that?
Well, this is a discussion that we'll have with the municipal engineer. I would suppose that if you had broken lines and you reported smells to the municipal engineer, then she will in kind bring up those concerns with me when I'm discussing how we tie in and how we discharge the effluent.
I think you mentioned before with the forest fire question that Bakley Terrace would be an outlet. There is no outlet. It's forest. You're not getting through to attack.
Until we cut through for the sewer line, the 10-foot.
So where would the pump station be placed for the sewer line?
Down on Road D, which is down here.
Okay,
and Bakley Terrace is up here.
so
But
when you
we
say,
have to have a force main, a 2-inch force main. In order to do that, we have to clear a line up here. That's what these dashed lines are, the clearing, and then through an existing easement that comes into Bakley Terrace.
so when you say cut through, are you connecting Bakley in any which way to your property? Like, is there gonna be a road?
No,
No,
no.
no, no.
It's just
no
a
road?
clear area.
Now, if you're gonna be cutting through Bakley to build this, irrigation,
It's,
that's coming through our, you're gonna have construction vehicles going through, through our street every day to do this?
no, not every day. There will be a limited time period when they make the sewer connection.
Okay, I just wanted to know how that was gonna affect the residents of this area because, we also have kids. We live on this cul-de-sac because nobody can cut through. It's a dead end, and that's why we like it. So,
It'll-
it should be addressed to us that you're gonna be cutting through our property.
Well, it'll stay a dead end. It won't be a vehicle traffic. It'll be a steeper slope where a utility pipe has been put underground.
Okay, I know construction and it takes a long time, so I appreciate your answer.
Thank you very much, sir. Welcome. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Hi, good evening. Jacob Polieff. P like in Peter, Oleye. I like French fries. That was good. I never cried, never said that before. Good evening. So, I had a couple of questions. First I look at the map out there and it's beautiful. It's clean and green and there's nothing anywhere near anything. And it looks like nobody could possibly object to this plan. Unfortunately, I received a letter which says it's a legal notification about the application for an extension of a previously issued letter. And it came along with a diagram, which is not nearly as nice as the one you have there. The building D over there is basically abuts the side of the property. There's a very, very thin area of deer fencing on this version of it. On the left-hand side, that little dipsy doodle in the corner near that, I guess that's the brook, I guess, is basically right up against the side of the property. So which one is right?
Well, I believe I'm not sure what you're looking at, but they're probably plans that we prepared for the wetlands application.
Is that different than the ones that we have here?
Same layout.
Well, it's a different map.
Oh, I don't know what was sent out to you.
Would you like to look at it?
No, he doesn't want to look at it.
Okay, well, I mean, it's a
This is-
different
this is
map.
Sir, this is the presentation.
There's the presentation, but that's not, unfortunately, the plan. If it is the plan, then we don't have a proper legal notice.
I don't know what notice he is referring to.
Okay, sir. The,
Sciences in Corp, July 12th, 2024. This is not that plan.
okay, sir, 1 second. Mr. Blocker.
I'm not an expert with DEP filings. I'll be the first one to admit that. It's my Echo Sciences, is my client's environmental consultant. I believe they provided the notice that is required under the DEP regulations with respect to the filing of permit applications. Mr. Anderson was not involved in that, and I don't believe he testified as to making those applications.
Okay. You got that in the mail
Got it in the mail.
and you were notified, you got a legal notification from,
Yeah, from Echo Sciences. Right. Legal notification that an application for an extension of the previously issued letter of interpretation has been submitted to the New
Right.
Jersey Department. And a map came with it.
Right.
And it's not that map.
okay? So this map is more exacting than that map. The original map is on our website, on the planning board website,
Right.
and that's part of notice. It is noticed.
So this is the map. This is not the map.
It's not this map.
I know it's not that map, but which one is the map?
Chairman
That's for permit. That's for DEP permit. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
That is my understanding, and
Okay.
I can say, and I'm sure Mr. Anderson can back me up, that the application that this planning board is considering as a part of these proceedings is the one you see posted on the
Right.
screen.
So we're now looking at the DEP permit,
Okay.
okay?
All
Different thing.
So we're definitely dealing with two maps. Okay, so question number two, if I may. I believe at the beginning of the presentation that you mentioned that this was going to be it. Okay, that there was going to be no further development on this area ever. Is that correct?
The requirement in the settlement agreement is that the remaining property after this development is complete is deed restricted to not be developed in the future. And that deed restriction would be in favor of the township of West Orange.
Well, I'm sorry.
The deed restriction would be to the favor of the township of West Orange per the settlement agreement. So we would not have, this applicant would not have control of developing that 92 acres later.
The developer would not have.
He would not be able to develop it further.
Okay, in any aspect. In other words, it sure looks like from building D, it would be nice to have a little road going through Mayfair or Rosemont over there to get to building D real quick.
Sir, that's not part of the plan.
That's not part of this plan or any plan.
That's correct.
That's correct.
This time, that's not part of any plan before the planning board.
And it's part of the agreement not to develop it further.
That's part of the agreement. Good evening.
Hello there.
State your name and spell your last name, please, for the record.
So a couple of comments, questions.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record,
Wait a
please?
second. Got to remember it. I'm old. The
Me
name is
too.
Barbara White. I do live in West Orange. My neighbor over there from Howell knows I also live on Howell. So some of my questions are actually relative to Howell itself and how it plays out with the planning. Okay. Button is on. Closer, closer, closer. Is it working? Okay. So I live on Howell. So a couple of questions. One, I come home regularly to half dozen deer on my front yard, like yesterday. And I'm very curious, when the environmental work was done, it appears that it only paid attention, quite frankly, not to the animals, but to the grounds. So when I look to it, what you just said, it looks like, and you're based on your testimony, roughly half of the property is going to be either used for the buildings themselves or for the deer fencing, which means 60 of your acres are still, the deer can roam. So I'm curious about how that came about as part of the settlement, and also why there is a settlement that says that that deer fence will be permanent. I don't know what purpose it serves.
Why is it
Why
permanent?
is it be permanent?
So it's to let the understory grow and to be healthy and to keep it from being overbrowsed in the future, so that it can be a healthy forest. The deer fencing was felt to be appropriate in the settlement agreement, and we just followed through with specifying some areas on the plan that would be best suited to have additional shrub growth and sapling growth, more root zones protection, particularly the steep slopes to the east of the site next to where your property is.
Okay.
So that you could avoid things like erosion and stormwater runoff.
Okay, I got that. So with that, what you're also saying that there were no provisions made at all for what happens to the animals who now have one half of their habitat, what you just said.
That is not something that was under my purview.
So my other question, it's not your question. In your testimony, you mentioned that there would be conversations where the water service lines would be coming out at Howell,
Yes,
and that those conversations would take place with West Orange.
it's common to loop water systems into multiple streets.
Okay.
in different zones,
okay,
and that's
my-
what we've done. So we come out to connect to the main at the end of Howell, and also connect to the ones in Warner and Kuzik Drive.
Okay, my question really is, I live on Howell. I live in West Orange. I have Verona water, as do some of my neighbors. So I was curious whether or not this is something you have to work out with the town of Verona, or is it West Orange? I said, I'm right there, almost at the cul-de-sac.
I missed half of what you said. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to determine whether or not your conversations are in fact with the town of West Orange or the town of Verona. Verona supplies my water, the neighbors going into the cul-de-sac, et cetera. The nearest fire hydrant is Verona. So just again, there's another party that has to be a part of this conversation. Is there another party, another town that's part of that water
So,
conversation?
yeah, you're,
Is there another town that is part of the water conversation?
that will have to be fleshed out and resolved. It can't be between two different water systems without an agreement.
Exactly. So that's again why I was raising the question. I was raising the question because I think there may be an issue with Verona being impacted from the water side, not necessarily West Orange. And Verona right now actually has some severe water issues. And Verona has severe water issues. In fact, neither of the towers are working.
Thank you. We will look into that.
Thank you. Please step up, state your name and spell your last name, please.
Thank you. Yes, Patrick Laterza, Laterza. I have, I think, 3 questions. First, regarding the forest, I think I know this answer. Was the current town forester asked about the quality of the forest? The West Orange town forester.
Don't believe that was the forester that was consulted. I think that's a question more for the town environmental consultant. I know that there was people from Amy Green's environmental group that was engaged by the township, and I'm not sure which one of them was the forester and whether they're connected to the town.
Okay. So I actually live in Verona, but I'm north of there. So a couple of quick questions about fire. Was any sort of, this is a sizable project, was any sort of impact study done about what the requirements of a major fire would be, not just of West Orange Fire Department, but also of the surrounding fire departments?
I'm not aware of a study of that nature.
Was the next closest, there's one small fire department in West Orange that's near this project. The next closest is Verona, which is a volunteer fire department. Has Verona been involved with any conversations whether they have the capacity to assist in a large scale fire in a project of this size?
It's not something I'm familiar with. It's not an engineering comment, really.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Please state your name and spell your last name.
Yes,
Sir?
Orin Knights, 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 that's really Orin, Orin. I have a question to ask. I'm trying to get some clarification as far as the blasting.
Mhm.
Now, is this blasting going to be by machinery or by dynamite?
That was what I was saying before. They'll have to look and see the consistency of the rock before they determine what they need to remove the rock.
Okay, have there been a study on the effects of homes around the area as far as your foundations of your homes? Because in my house, I already have a crack in my wall. So with the blasting, I'm quite sure many homes around here might be affected by it, depending on if you're going to be using dynamite. So that's something that you should let us know about. The other question that I have, if there is an emergency in this small area, do you have an estimate of how many fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars can actually fit in this small area?
There's room for a lot, there's a long roadway and there's room for a lot of emergency vehicles. How they would delegate emergency vehicles, how many they have, I don't know.
That's my 2 questions, but the most important question is about the dynamiting and the effects it's going to have on the homes.
So that is something that I believe you file a pre-blast survey before you do the actual construction. And they do, and they basically inspect the adjacent homes and make sure that the blasting does not do additional damage to them. So that's, but then again, to the blaster, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. State your name and spell your last name, please, for the record.
My name is Edward Davis. I'm the mayor of Essex Fells. Thank you for
Welcome.
the opportunity to address the board. I appreciate all your service, Mayor, Council President. I appreciate your comments on behalf of not just West Orange, but all your neighboring towns. I want to follow up on a question from a gentleman who spoke a few questioners ago, and that's on the restrictions relating to the development of the other 85 to 90 acres, right? Because a key part of the settlement agreement, as you testified, is you're only developing 27 acres. The rest of it is preserved, for lack of a better term. Mr. Chairman, you mentioned, and echoed the testimony, that the enforcement mechanism for that is a deed restriction in favor of the township of West Orange.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so that effectively means you're evaluating this application, yes, on its face, but in 5 years, if the applicant wants to put up another building, or West Orange wants to put up additional apartment buildings to fulfill an obligation perhaps on those other 85 to 90 acres, there's nothing in that deed restriction that can't be amended by West Orange and the developer.
Well, that's a legal question. I'll let Brian address that because I don't know legally what can be done. My understanding was that it was to be preserved in perpetuity, but I don't know legally whether that is 100% correct. Brian will address that. Somebody.
And thank you for the comment, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to review the settlement agreement. I know this is Mr. Anderson's question. I have no problem with addressing it. I don't want to misspeak. I would like to review the settlement.
Okay, but just to be clear, it's not just the settlement agreement. It's like a question of New Jersey law, basically, where you're saying who can amend a deed restriction? The covenant you're talking about runs in favor of West Orange. The answer is West Orange can amend it. So that means a future council or future planning board can approve a development of this property, including what is currently preserved as open space. The other way you could do it as a planning board, perhaps with council, is you could have that type of deed restriction run in favor of residents around the property. That way they and their successors could enforce it. So, the question for the developer is basically, would you be willing to adopt that enforcement mechanism, which would actually preserve the remainder of this property as open space in perpetuity?
That's definitely a question for the developer and his legal
It's a legal
counsel.
question, Mr. Mayor, and one that we will look into and take seriously. I don't want to misspeak. I would like to consult with my client, and we certainly can have an open line of communication with you, but we will look at the settlement agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one other question on, you mentioned with some of the other general buildings, there's a clubhouse, and I think there was reference to a maintenance building and a dog park. I don't know if there's a building associated with the dog park. When you're talking about the parking spaces, there's roughly 100+ additional parking spaces that are not associated with a residential building. Is there any anticipated use by non-residents, members of the public generally, to the clubhouse, for instance, renting it out, the dog park? Is this a residential use, or is this sort of for the general public, meaning other traffics coming into the property?
So my understanding it's primarily for the residents here, but it is going to be open for the dog kennel will be open for other people in the community. I don't know the extent of that, but that's the way it's been described to me. The clubhouse itself, I don't think they're far enough along to understand how they're operated, whether they'll rent it out for events or not. I presume they could. We do have 55 parking spaces there and then 40 in the lower garage on building C. That would be only available when they had an event. So I believe events will be.
Mr. Anderson, can you speak into the mic, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. All right.
I heard you.
You heard me. Okay. So we don't know if events, we're not quite there yet, but it's possible.
And I guess, Mr. Chairman, I just ask you a question. Is a planner going to testify on behalf of the applicant to address questions about use such as this one?
Not tonight.
Not tonight, but as part of your consideration of this application.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to take testimony from a planner and have your own planner opine on whether that's a permitted use?
Yes, and we will have a legal discussion between the applicant, the attorney, and the township about deed restriction.
In a public, not the deed restriction. This is a question of permitted use. The second question we were just talking about is not a deed restriction question. It's a question of, are outsiders, meaning non-residents, allowed to use this property under the settlement agreement?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah,
Even
it's
though-
under the Open Public Meetings Act, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
Welcome. State your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
My name is Jonathan Redwine, Redwine. I live in West Orange. Mr. Chairman, pardon the interruption, Mr. Redwine. Mr. Chairman, our Zoom audio, video feed went blank. we are still recording audio. So I just want to point out to the Zoom audience that I'm trying to restore the Zoom video feed, but I don't know if that's possible, but the meeting is still continuing and recording audio. And I'm sorry for the interruption.
Okay.
Mr.
so noted for the
Redwine, Mr.
record.
Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
And just so the record's clear, I'm also a member of the Environmental Commission here in town. I have a few questions about some of the testimony and other questions that I've heard tonight. One thing that I haven't heard is whether there's an analysis of particular plants that are present at the site.
We haven't done an inventory of the existing plants. There's probably many invasive plants associated with it, but I don't have a list of them.
Has there been any analysis of native species that are present?
No, not by my office.
Or any analysis of plants that may be threatened or endangered that are present on the site?
Not by my office.
Okay, I'd heard some questions and commentary about the animals that are on the site. And recently, one of the questions was about a plan for the animals that are currently on the site, what would happen with them? I understood your testimony to be that there isn't currently a plan to move or displace the animals that are currently there and relying on the forest.
Well, we would not have them inside the gated area. There's a lot of possibilities with the deer fencing where it's big enough, has a mesh big enough to keep the deer out, but to let the other animals enter. So there's possibilities like that have not been fleshed out in terms of complete design.
Okay, and the deer fence is intended to regenerate the forest that is surrounded by that fencing, correct?
Allow for seeds to drop from adjacent areas from the plantings that we're doing and adjacent developments, and to seed that area with understory.
So assuming that the deer and other animals that are there would move to adjacent properties, has there been an analysis of the damage that could reasonably be anticipated from the movement of those animals and feeding on the plants that are present on other properties?
Not by my office.
Here. You just.
On the DEP applications, the permits and applications that are before the DEP, is there a schedule for public comment that you're aware of, or meetings that the public could attend to similarly ask questions or make comments?
I don't know of any scheduled meetings. I'm sure you can make comments at any time regarding our applications. It seems like they get comments regularly.
And then the last thing that I have is really addressed to you, Mr. Chairman. The Environmental Commission sent a letter to the planning board, and I would ask permission to read it into the record if it's appropriate at this time to do that.
Well, I don't remember that we got it, but I don't know that it's appropriate to read a letter if it's your testimony.
So just to clarify, I'm not the chairman of the Environmental Commission. He had advised me that it was sent to the members of the planning board
Well,
today.
The
and asked me to-
today, the planning board can't take any extraneous information. It has to be done at the hearing. You're here, and are you tasked with, did you write this letter? Is this a position that your organization is taking that you want to put on the record? Is that what this is? Because that would come to public comment at the end. Right now, we're just doing questions.
Okay, that's what I sort of thought you'd say, but I told them I'd ask, so I've asked.
Sure.
And on behalf of the applicant, I would just ask that if there is any letter issued to the board regarding the application, that the applicant be provided a copy.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, please be advised that we were able to restore the Zoom video feed during Mr. Redwine's testimony.
And
Apparently, somebody had kicked the plug out by accident.
thank you. Okay. And just so the public knows, we don't forward letters to the members of the planning board about an application that is before us. It is not in the best interest of the board and the public. It violates the Open Public Meetings Act, Open Public Records Act. So anything that is given to the attorney, somebody must come and testify in the public under oath about what they have to say. Otherwise, you can bring things, as Ms. McGovern said, during the comment section. So if you want the board to hear something, it has to go to the applicant, it has to go to our attorney. They'll both decide if it is information that the board needs to hear, and then we will ask the maker of that letter to come before us. That's the way it works. It's in everybody's best interest. Thank you. Yes, sir. Please state your name and spell your last name.
Bob Sharonow, Sharonow. I'm a resident of the Highlands for 26 years. Are you aware, and maybe the lawyer part of you more so, are you aware that the board of the West Essex Highlands was told a few years ago when this started that a judge said to the town of West Orange, you need Mount Laurel housing. We have a developer as a piece of property, and there's nothing you can do about it. And you as a board, can't do any opposition to this project. And the board still believes that. Do you know anything about that?
I'll just address it. I believe the comment, and it really wasn't a question, was that a judge told the board, and I'm aware of any conversation.
No, not the judge telling the board. Judge told the town that you got to let the developer build because you're short of affordable housing.
I don't think anybody from us can testify to that. And I do know that mediation and settlement negotiations themselves are confidential and part of the legal process, especially ones with a court or the court special master was involved.
Okay. Well, our board never did anything. Do you know that the developer, your bosses, in approximately 2004, 2005, put in an application or a process to build 138 homes on this
Okay,
property?
up right there. That's not part of this application. That's not part of this application. Mr. Anderson didn't testify to that. If you want to say something, that's in public comment, sir. Right now, you may ask if, when, why, what, where, how, which. That's what you ask Mr. Anderson about his testimony, please.
Okay. Are you aware of the changing of what they asked for, the reasons why they were turned down for their 138? Is that?
I'm sorry, sir. That is not part of this application.
Okay, I just thought they might have the reasons because it was dealing with the fire engines not being able.
I'm not allowing that.
Okay.
Has nothing to do with this application. Totally different application.
Okay. Have you had any discussion with West Essex office about water problems that we presently have? For example, in the last 6 years, we have had 8 trenches that had to be dug because of water problems coming
Sir,
down.
and ask the question, please. Ask the question.
Okay. Are you aware of that? Have you had any discussion with them on that?
I did not testify to anything regarding your property.
Are you aware of that 2 months ago, the board allocated $26,000 to hire an engineering firm to study our water problems? That's before you're going to be building this.
Yeah, I'm unaware of that conversation.
I suggest to the board,
Don't suggest to the board, please. No suggestion to the board. We're very suggested already. Thank you, sir.
it's a shame. It's a shame. I hope you look up what took place in 2004 and why they were turned down.
Thank you. Please welcome. State your name and spell your last name, please, for the record.
Beverly DeChesser, D-E-C-H. Oh, sorry, D-E-C-H-E-S-E-R. My question is, has there been an environmental impact report?
No.
Do you know what they are?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting, there's nothing. That would help you guys. Help us. The dog kennel is going to be open to the public.
My understanding.
That'll bring more traffic, more cars, more people. Oval Road is going to be widened correct?
No.
It's not, it's going to remain 2 lanes.
there's call for a settlement agreement repaving of it, which I believe was already completed. There was no change to the geometry of Oval Road. It was is going to maintain its current width, and it was going to be repaved.
That's interesting because I just heard from someone.
Ma'am, whatever you heard is good. You heard that. Don't bring it up here, please. Ask questions.
That there's going to be a 4-lane,
Ma'am, ask a question.
and you're saying you know nothing about a 4-lane on Oval.
There's no 4-lane
No, it's not,
proposed.
it's Oval.
There's no
Okay.
4-lane roadway proposed on
Okay,
Oval.
okay.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi.
everyone. Good evening. My name is Claire Benyo, Benyo. I'm a resident of West Orange on Mayfair Drive. So we've talked at length about the wildlife and the fence and the deer fence, so I'm gonna expand on that a little bit specifically. My property goes right behind up on the edge, so the woods have a very special place in my heart. The animals in those woods have a special place in my heart. So the deer fence is being constructed to keep the deer out. So my first question is, what are the efforts going to be to ensure that there's no deer inside the fenced area when that final corner is sealed?
I assume they would herd them out if they're in there.
How will they herd them out? Who will be responsible for that?
It's not really an engineering question. Maybe we can get a deer herder in here to answer your question, how they specifically
How
herd
about the
deer.
coyotes?
Well,
How will the coyotes get
well, I'm
removed?
sure we'll get
How
somebody
will
for
the
that too.
fox get- Understood.
So these technical things with regard to how animals are dealt with will have to be dealt by people that are familiar with that type of work.
And during this process, does that happen where public will be able to question?
I don't know that it is part of this process.
There's no consideration for the animals in the area that they'll be displaced from?
There's 60
How about the
acres.
fox?
The fox would probably, if the fence is with a area that is big enough for small fox to get through, he could get through.
The fox will be able to get in through a fence?
It's really, there's openings in the fence that
That would-
prevent
Go
a
ahead.
deer from going in, but not smaller animals.
How about bear?
Probably would be able to stay out.
So you also talked about the purpose of the fence was to regrow the trees and the ground. So is there any purpose for that to prevent erosion on the slope?
It does help prevent erosion with undergrowth. More root zone protects it stabilizes the soil on the slope. It also provides some habitat for smaller animals and so forth. With more trees, you get more birds nesting and more other small animals. So overall, you might stop the larger animals from coming into that specific area, but it would be a net ecological advantage to have the deer fencing and improve that forest area.
Okay. And what assessments have been done on the structural security of the slope? And what mitigation efforts are the builders going to do to ensure that there is no further impact to erosion or causing landslides?
Okay, so that is really a question for the architect who probably testify at the next hearing.
And that's tomorrow?
I would, yeah, and
The architect will be here tomorrow?
That's scheduled next, right?
Yeah, our architect is here tonight, but I think at this point, I think he'll be fine testifying tomorrow.
And then a question to the board, when will we be able to ask questions for specifically environmental related questions, since there has not been any evaluation done by this group?
Okay, the board has just engaged an environmentalist this evening, and we will wait for their report, and they will present to the planning board and the public.
And when approximately might?
Don't know yet. We have to see how the application goes, and we will publish it when we see where we're going.
Excellent,
That's a good
thank you.
question. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 10:54. I would like to thank everybody for being here. Great questions. The application will continue tomorrow evening at 6:30 without any additional notice.
Sure.
Okay, Question? I'm sorry? Tomorrow you're going to have,
Yeah, absolutely. We plan if everybody is finished with Mr. Anderson for now, our next witness will be our architect, Mr.
okay,
Appel.
the architect will be the next person to testify tomorrow evening. Okay? And guys from the board, everybody from the board, everybody from the board, no.